board meeting to order. We're convened as of 5:32 p.m. I would respectfully ask everyone present to remain silent and those joining online to remain muted unless you are recognized to speak. Thank you for joining us this evening. The meeting recordings, along with the unofficial minutes, the meetings will be posted as soon as practicable on the board's website. Visit rtd-denver.com. And a live stream of this meeting is also available on the agency's YouTube page. During tonight's meeting, we're also providing communication access, real-time translation, also known as CART. Anyone who would like to access this service should send an email to the RTD board office, rtd.boardoffice@rtd-denver.com, and a link will be provided. Additionally, the CART transcript can be automatically translated for anyone who would like to follow this meeting in Spanish. Director Bouquet, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I'm going to read the land acknowledgement. The RTD Board of Directors acknowledges that the land on which our buses and trains operate is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, Arapaho, and other contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to these lands. We honor our indigenous elders who have traveled, inhabited, and stewarded these mountains, hills, and plains throughout generations. May this acknowledgement also demonstrate our commitment to working to dismantle the ongoing legacies of inequity of the Native and all historically oppressed people and recognize their current and future contributions in the district as we move forward. Okay. I'm going to start with, or I have to turn to roll call in a second. Yeah, sorry. No. Director Akiri.
Here.
Director Banker.
Present.
Director Bouquet.
Present.
Director Busick.
Here.
Okay. Director Chandler is online.
Present.
Okay. Director Geisinger.
Here.
Director Gutzenreder.
Here.
Director Guzman.
Present.
Director Harwick.
Yep.
Director Larson.
Here.
Director Nicholson.
Online.
I am here. Director Pagliari is joining online. Director Pagliari, are you on yet? Okay, he is coming off a plane. Director Ruscia. Okay, and Director Whitmore.
Present.
Okay, we're starting with 13 directors here right now, and 2 that I believe are joining. First Chair Harwick, would you please read the Statement of Employee Appreciation?
The Regional Transportation District Board of Directors recognizes that RTD's dedicated workforce is the lifeblood of the agency. Every day, RTD employees do extraordinary things to make lives better through connections. We honor their work of delivering transit excellence, service, and value to the community, especially demonstrated during difficult and stressful moments. May the actions taken by the Board of Directors demonstrate our profound gratitude, commitment, and support toward all RTD employees.
First, retiree awards, then we'll turn to public comment. One of the greatest honors of serving on this board, and this is absolutely true, is the privilege of recognizing and celebrating RTD's retirees. Today, we pause to express our heartfelt gratitude to the dedicated employees who have given their time, talent, and unwavering commitment to this agency. Their service has strengthened our mission and created a lasting impact on the communities we serve. It's a deep appreciation that I now read those who have retired since March, end of March this year. Wayne Beneke is mechanic, 29 years. Lewis Cripps, senior manager, asset management, 31 years. Wow. Matthew Cross, transit safety specialist, rail, 16 years. Natalie Hanlos, senior service planner and scheduler, 21 years. Richard Kenyon, bus operator, 19 years. Bill Soroy, transit-oriented communities senior manager, 20 years. Marie Snell, who's is very important to the board, board office associate, 24 years. Susan Wood, environmental planning project manager, level 2, 19 years. Mr. Kenyon and Sherry Lee, the manager of Transportation Operating Division, could you please step forward to the podium? If you're,
don't
Uh-oh.
believe Mr. Kenyon has joined us this evening. If you wouldn't mind, Chair, we could go to
next
Mr.
one?
Pena
Yep.
and Ms. Wood.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lee, for being a little patient. Deputy CEO Pena, will you please share a few words about our next retiree, Susan Wood?
Hi, board members. More than 2 decades of shaping how our region plans, builds, and protects its transit investments, Susan Wood is retiring from RTD, and Susan has been RTD's environmental lead and planning project manager on some of the Denver metro area's most, what I would call, consequential efforts. Her work has helped reimagine the heart of downtown Denver, and ensuring that the next chapter delivers safer, more vibrant public spaces, and high quality of transit services for everyone who lives in, works in, and visits our city. So what I always, something that I always stood out about Susan is not just her technical expertise, which we appreciate, but also her deep commitment to people, place, and equity. She consistently brings the long view, thinking about how decisions we make today will affect communities tomorrow and from decades from now. And she has pushed all of us to ask who benefits, who is burdened, and how we can do better. Her leadership is national and in national planning circles, including her work with the American Planning Association, Planning for Equity and Equitable Economic Development, has amplified Denver's voice and conversations about more sustainable communities across the country. So beyond titles and projects, I can keep going on and on her 19 years. Susan has been a thoughtful, a trusted colleague, and I call a partner. She listens carefully, speaks plainly, and that's the hard work of bringing agency, municipalities, all the communities all together to find out workable solutions. Her influence is visible in the projects she has led and in the teams and professionals that she has supported across her tenure here. So on behalf of RTD and also our partners, I want to thank Susan for the deep and depth of expertise, the integrity and care that she has brought to this agency in the Denver region. And so please join me in congratulating her on this very well-earned retirement, celebrating her legacy. If you want to give us some words, do you mind?
Yeah, please, the podium's yours.
Those of you who know me know I always have words. Thank you, Angel. I'm not sure that I've earned all those words, but they certainly do make me feel good and make me feel valued and honored. It has been a privilege and a pleasure to work for RTD and to work for the people of RTD and with the people of RTD and for the people in the region. I have been so fortunate in my life and in my career, and others have heard me say this, but I'm going to say it. I would say one more time, but I'll probably say it again. My time at RTD has been marked by working with the nicest, the kindest, the brightest, the smartest people I have ever worked with in my entire life. Again, it has been a pleasure and a privilege. It's very hard to say goodbye and step away, but I don't really, because I think once you're part of RTD, you're always part of RTD. And RTD will always be in my heart, and I will always support the work that we do and the mission. So thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you for this honor as well.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. That is a lot to live up to. Mr. Kroll, are we,
I don't believe we've seen Mr. Kenyon arrive yet, so if you wouldn't mind, Chair O'Keefe, we can do the photos now, and then if we get word that Mr. Kenyon has arrived, I'll touch base with you and see what we can do about fitting him in.
okay, perfect.
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Yeah, please, Director.
I just wanted to add, I sit on the Regional Air Quality Council with Susan Wood, and everything Angel said is completely true. She brings value to every meeting and event that we have, and I think we all appreciate all your great service, Susan. Thanks.
Thank you for saying that. Okay, sorry, Director Whitmore.
Just a point of looking ahead to my second retirement from this board. But, I looked through this list, and I don't know everybody, and a board member really would be difficult to know all these retirees. But I was struck by the people power that's departing in this group, those that we have worked with. Gosh, I remember Lou Cripps giving orientation 8 years ago on asset management, and what a consummate professional he was. I worked with Natalie on route planning and understanding how things worked in my district, and just a walking knowledge base of routes and why things were put together the way they were. Bill Soroy, we've all worked with Bill a number of years, and we'll miss him. Most recently, I served on the pension board with Bill, another aspect of his career that he participated in and in just a major way and an important way. And then Marie, I'm sorry she's not here. Really enjoyed working with her the last couple of years and was unaware of her long tenure here prior to coming to the board office. And then Susan's mark is felt in many, many areas, so I'm glad she joined us tonight. And congratulations to the others that I don't know, but just thought it was worth spending a few moments congratulating these folks for their hard work, their dedication, and their service to all those folks that we serve hourly and daily. Thank you for the time.
Yeah, thank you, Director Whitmore. You are what passes for as an expert in retirement on this board. So, thank you. Maybe more so after the couple hours here tonight. So I'm going to open public participation, which is open to anyone who'd like to address the board. We have both in-person and remote attendees. In-person comments go first, followed by those who are participating remotely. For those attending in person, please come up to the podium when your name is called. If you have not already signed up to speak, if you'd like to do so, approach the podium after we get through, when I ask for additional speakers, after we get through the registered online ones. For those attending virtually, if you wish to speak and have not already done so, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. Staff will unmute you when it's your turn to speak. If you're dialed in, press *6 to toggle your mute settings. Please bear in mind that by participating in this process, you are being recorded. If you do not wish to be recorded, then your comments will have to be submitted in writing. If any speaker has documentation or reference materials for the board, or if any member of the public would like to submit written comments, or if you'd like to be contacted regarding your public comment, please email the board office at rtd.directors@rtd-denver.com. Speakers should begin their remarks by stating their names, and we'll have up to 2 minutes. We have a long night. I'm not going to be rude, but I am going to be tighter on time. And I think we have a doable list of people. We do have a 1 hour limit. We are taking some very serious votes later on tonight, and I do not want to push those to after 9 o'clock. So I hope that you will understand that while I respect comments, the significant business of the board comes after, and I don't want to push that so it's out of the public view by being it so late at night. So thank you in advance for your understanding if we get to that point. Our first speaker is Jessica Beecham.
I think Tim Keenan and I switched.
Oh, okay, that's good enough.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Just go up.
I'll come up to the 8th position.
Thank you.
Right here. Good evening, everybody. I'm Tim Keaton, State Transportation Chair of the National Federation of the Blind of Colorado. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to say a quick thank you to the management and the board for reinstating Broomfield Route 53, because its absence had prevented people at a brand new disabled-centric housing complex from being eligible for Access-a-Ride. So it's really heartening to see that happen. And I was also really heartened by Director Benker's upcoming presentation in your agenda that says that with just 5% service cuts, which is, still cuts, but much better than some of the other scenarios we've heard about, RTD could actually run a surplus, a small surplus, but a surplus. So I would really ask that you give thorough analysis to that before you start asking staff to model much deeper cuts. And I wanted to thank Director Guzman for his response to my public comment letter. And I apologize that I didn't talk to you first, but when I read your quote, I was very, the math does not support that the FTA's guidance might be to, sure, you have to cut primary or supplementary services before you cut, mandated services. But when the supplementary services are so much cheaper and more efficient, that, it would kind of defy logic to actually go and do that. So between Banker's presentation and I'm just heartened by the fact that I believe we can do this. We can get RTD into 2029 and in good shape and in shape where in 2028 RTD can come to the voters as a strong organization that is doing its utmost to fulfill its mission. And that is the goal here. And I look forward to helping RTD achieve that.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ernesto Luca.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am an instructor in the Colorado Center for the Blind, and I teach blind individuals from all around the country that come to get blindness training here in Denver, and I teach mobility. So we heavily rely on the transportation, the buses, the trains, and I think that I want to urge you guys to find ways to not cut the services. It's really important for us to be able to get around the city to, our social life or doctor's appointments or whatever we have, on the agenda. So it's just urging you guys to keep the service. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernesto. The next speaker is from the greatest of the RTD districts, Keith Brooks.
Good evening. As you're no doubt aware, the 15 of you have to find a couple tens of millions of dollars, and the options to do that are getting increasingly short. Since there wasn't the appetite to go to the ballot, despite I did the math, it only needs about a 7% chance of winning to like $2 million to pay to get on the ballot. For a $30 million mill levy, you only need to accept a $7 million not sorry, a 7% chance of winning for that to be worthwhile, but not doing that. So then, Goldfish, you could delay capital maintenance, but seeing as that put RTD into a crisis we still haven't recovered from, I would hope that that is off the table. Thirdly, you could cut, which looks great on a spreadsheet, looks fantastic. The only problem is that's the point of this agency. Like Denver Water could save so much money if they stopped providing drinking water. XL would look great on the balance sheets if they turned the power off. But again, this agency for a reason. Which basically leaves only one thing that's even approaching a liquid reserve, the FISA. You guys got to sack that thing like Rome, because a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, and RTD must make sure its first priority is to the riders you already have before future ones. I know Boulder has been paying for a train that they don't get, that they haven't gotten, but Sun Valley Ranch and Ken Carroll and Commerce City have been paying for buses that they did get, don't anymore. So there's plenty of unfairness to go around, and a hard choice needs to be made promptly. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Our next speaker is Jack Rosenthal.
Good evening, directors. This is Jack Rosenthal. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak tonight. Wanted to speak to you tonight in regard to the budget deficit reduction strategy, of which we have on the table. I know we've got a couple of different numbers on the table. We've got Karen's presentation we're expecting, where we've got 15, 17 and a half, 20% scenarios that we're looking at from OSS. And I think there's a lot of stuff to consider here, especially considering we've got to run and win a ballot measure in 2028. And combining the ideas of cutting service and winning a ballot measure in 2028, and to win that ballot measure we need to build the train and to do all of these other things, it seems like we've almost lined ourselves up for an impossible scenario, which means that we've got to get creative. You can't just look at what cuts are we going to make to fit into this framework? In what ways are we going to increase revenue for the agency so that we could get by with maybe less than 15% cuts? Stuff like, what is our park and ride fees for long-term stay for people who are going to the airport? We've got a brand new airport route, AL, coming in, and as far as I know, none of the park and rides along that route even have a payment station yet that people are going to be able to pay to go to the airport. And I think many people, comparing to the cost of, I don't know what costs to park at the airport, probably like $20 a night there, are very happy to pay a little bit more at an RTD park and ride to make their trip a little bit easier. And same goes when we look at fares, especially airport fares. We're charging $10 to go to the airport, and I believe we charged $10 when the Skyride opened up. Is it about time we reconsider these things? So I just encourage you to look at the problem creatively and consider all scenarios and see what we can make work here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Our next speaker is Chandler Sanchez.
Hello, good evening. My name is Chandler Sanchez. I'm here on behalf of the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be speaking with you all tonight. So first, I would like to applaud the staff for all the work they've done to develop the Broncos service expansion that's in tonight's packet, and I would really urge the board to approve the pilot service. High-volume event service is low-hanging fruit to unlock untapped transit demand, and it will bring riders throughout the district into RTD for the very first time. So that's really something that we should be celebrating here. If this service is successful at swaying the 5 to 15% of attendees to leave their cars at home and take transit instead, RTD will bring 11,000 Broncos fans to game days, which is really huge. So this lays a key stepping stone in expanding high-volume event service, and it also meets riders where they're at, which is what the future of RTD should be in modernizing how we're delivering transit service, so long as the budget actually allows for it. Speaking of the budget, I want to acknowledge the difficult decisions you face as the structural deficit looms large over the agency. I trust staff's analysis of the 3 different service cut scenarios laid out in the recommended action item G and the respective costs and benefits. However, I would really urge the board to include analysis of service cuts at a lower threshold. A 5 to even 12% scenario, for example, would help model the lower bound service cut scenario that would provide a more complete menu of options instead of shooting ourselves in the foot here. I understand that a $215 million deficit is absolutely existential, but so too is cutting service to the point where RTD is no longer a reliable and desirable option. I see I only have 20 seconds left here, so what I will say is that RTD has seen incredible success at gaining ridership when you've invested in frequent service along corridors with the highest transit propensity. Routes that come to mind are the 49 and the 20, and so I would really say utilizing grants like the Clean Transit Enterprise funding that specifically has to expand service, even when we're in a deficit scenario, needs to be very paramount when we go about creating the next year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandler. Our next speaker is Sajapal Ranjaraj.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sai Gopal. I'm a lead at Greater Denver Transit. And I'd like to begin by talking about the elephant in the room, which is potential service hours reduction. My comment is really going to focus on the importance of standards and metrics and using these to communicate any reduction. Ensuring that there is transparency of standards when it comes to the change in the minimum number of boardings that a route will entail, as well as the max cost per boarding reduction is going to be so important as we talk about how we are going to go about these service reductions. Additionally, there is a political reality and tension of what are the minimum number of routes we want to operate per district, which is something as you have to represent your constituents, something that you have to deal with. But at the end of the day, when we talk about service reductions, this is a deal with this is something where we have to deal with trade-offs. If as part of the conversation about service reductions, RTD's average cost per boarding goes up, for example, I think that will be a failure because that means we will be running emptier vehicles and emptier trains and buses, which is not an outcome that we need when we are talking about service reductions. On the non-service cut reduction, I think we also need standards when it comes to the number of operators per supervisor, and these need to be made public. Lastly, before we even talk about service cuts, I really want to echo the previous speakers about taking an all-of-the-above option for revenue growth. My last point, I'll end on a happy note, is with high-volume event service, I think here too standards are so important. If we can compare boardings per hour and revenue or potentially cost or potentially revenue per boarding to baseline, I think that would also be a great thing to communicate. Thank you.
Thank you, Sajapal. Sandy McWayne is our next speaker.
My name is Sandy McWayne, and there's a couple different things that I feel that I need to address when it comes to being handicapped. The drivers are not enforcing people that have baby strollers and stuff to be folded up like it's announced when the bus pulls up. And that just because if they're taking up that space, it makes the handicap have to wait for another bus. And I know they think they need that space too, but the people that are in wheelchairs and walkers and stuff, they can't probably walk as far as somebody else, like somebody that's not handicapped. But I do a lot of walking myself. But and the other thing is that I feel that there shouldn't be any reductions in Access-a-Ride because there are people that really can't think of the word I'm looking for. Access, like parents that have special needs, kids that are in wheelchairs and that don't have the means of being able to transport them, and so they have to revert to Access-a-Ride. And there is some wonderful Access-a-Ride drivers out there, and there is some regular RTD drivers and stuff that I appreciate. And one last thing, I don't get any feedback from anybody. I have put in some, called in some complaints, and I don't get any response to any of them. And so that's all.
Thank you, Sandy. Our next speaker was supposed to be Tim Keenan. I'm assuming that was covered before. Can't get twice. Next speaker is Trent Taylor.
Oh, can I
Oh,
switch?
you want to
Sorry.
swap?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, Jessica,
Tim had
you
to
go
leave
ahead.
early.
Jessica, you go ahead.
I'm so sorry. My name is Jessica Beecham, and I'm president of the National Federation of the Blind. And I want to start off by applauding Director Banker's independent analysis, financial analysis. I think this definitely shows that there are other models that we can look at, and I really, really hope that we give those some consideration, because the deep budget cuts that are on the table tonight will drastically impact individuals like myself throughout the region who use transit to get to work, appointments, leisure, and all aspects of life. I definitely understand that we have a deficit to work through, but I just hope that the board members will consider ways that we can have less drastic changes. The National Federation of the Blind also would like to encourage our board to protect paratransit. As we know, paratransit mirrors the fixed route system, and so as routes are cut, so is the access for folks that depend on paratransit and often don't have other options for transportation. We also want to encourage the protection of access on demand. Yes, it is a supplemental program, but it is definitely cheaper than Access-a-Ride, and so we just want that to be in the front of folks' mind, because folks don't have AOD, they will have to rely on the more expensive Access-a-Ride service. When RTD goes to the voters, we want a strong agency that's done everything that it can to protect the riders. And I think voters will be much more likely to vote yes for that type of agency as opposed to an agency who has had to make deep cuts and that's struggling to maintain ridership because they've basically created a service that's not useful anymore. COVID taught us many lessons, and one of the most important ones is that when routes get cut on transit, it's very difficult to get them back, and so we've definitely seen that. So I just want to once again encourage to choose a path of least harm to riders, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jessica. Trent Taylor is now up.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Trent Taylor. I'm an attorney. I live and I work here in Denver. I'm also a person who happens to be blind, and I depend greatly upon RTD and the services that it provides, along with many members of my community. I just want to share 3 points of perspective with the board today. First point is that we have been hearing about budget cuts and cuts to service. But let's call it what it really is. This is a tax on the poor and the disabled. Because when people do not have access to public transportation, who rely on that public transportation, they're stripped of their essential benefits and their livelihood. Their right to go to work, their right to be able to procure goods for their sustenance, and the right to other benefits and the enjoyment of life. And if they don't have that access through public transportation, then they end up paying more to get that same services through other means, or just forego those services at all. The second point that I'd like to make is that I think this isn't the first occasion, but it does remind me that on several instances, the RTD has failed to conduct a really thorough analysis before jumping on to a certain proposal or endorsing a cut right away without exploring other options or other manners of doing the same. It's only because of the individual efforts of one board member that we really understand what the cuts will really mean and what cuts are really necessary, as one of the former speakers, Tim Keenan, mentioned. So rather than we going headfirst into drastic cuts and just slapping or hacking a machete right and left, we should approach this process, and the board should approach this process with a scalpel rather than a machete in this sense. And the third point,
Trent,
last
if
point
you
that
could
I'd like to make to offer.
wrap up your comments, that'd be great.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know how many of you have actually had the opportunity to ride the services that, that you provide. But if you do, and if you're scared, you can ride with me. But these are everyday people. And you will see that these are people who are riding either to get to work, to get groceries for their family and children, to take their child to child care while they work. And those are essential services. That's what makes Denver a working community and the surrounding metropolitan area
Trent, I'm
a
going to have
place
to
for
ask you
people to live.
to wrap up. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Mr. Kroll, is there any virtual hands raised? Sorry.
I know we have several, so give me one moment here and I will get there. Yes, at this time we have 4 individuals, the first of whom is Mike Rawluck.
Mike, please state your full name and begin when you're ready.
Hello, board. Thanks. This is my first meeting, so thank you for having us. I work in a local land use group out in Arvada in the Ralston Valley, and quite often we hear that RTD is going to possibly expand service back out to 64th and West Arvada. There's also a bus stop at Highway 93 and 72. We hear about Quantum Commons. And I just wanted to see, A, if there are plans to expand. I know we have budget issues right now. And second, if Arvada ever contacts RTD during their land planning, because it seems like there's a lot of conjecture during these land use decisions on whether RTD is going to be able to facilitate a transit-oriented district or something quasi-transit-oriented. We're seeing a lot of high density housing coming up in the more rural areas, and RTD just seems to be named, but we're not sure if you actually have plans to come out back this way. So just wanted to see if that was anything that you guys are ever involved with. And also, I was looking at the high volume event situation and the possibility of partnership with private companies actually abounds. And when I was looking at the season ticket prices at Bronco Stadium and the ticket revenue, $129 million in 2025. I wasn't sure if the Broncos were going to, or any concert venue that was going to help defray the cost of the high volume expansion efforts. And that would be a really good partnership with private venues that were looking for customers to arrive and reduce congestion for their parking. So I just wanted to see if that was a consideration as opposed to raising taxes, seeing if these private companies would help defray those costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Mr. Kroll, our next speaker.
Yes, next we have Sarah Lee.
Sarah, please state your full name and start when you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Good. Okay. My name is Sarah Lee. I am representing Mobility for All in Boulder County. I have about 6 points, but I'll be quick. Access on demand is important for people with disabilities to get to work and contribute to society. Access on demand provides access to health care. People live where they live because they have access to Access on Demand and Access-a-Ride there. Access on Demand is cheaper than Access-a-Ride for RTD to operate. Regarding Route 228, et cetera, about like cutting the routes. Riders should keep in mind that Access-a-Ride reflects where the regular bus routes go. So when a service change applies to a regular bus route, it applies to Access-a-Ride too. However, Access-a-Ride riders aren't represented, I've heard, I don't know if this is true, in data when ride service cuts are determined. So if, for instance, we frequent a place in Louisville for people with disabilities at the 228, but not a lot of people like take that regular route that 228 goes to, RTD could still cut it because the ridership data is misrepresentative. We, as people with disabilities, aren't familiar with the routes, as familiar all the time that the routes that are allowing Access-a-Ride to get us to the addresses that we frequent. It's too much to remember and figure out. Maps are too overwhelming for many of us to read. I wonder if there would be a way to somehow notify people in an address that they're frequenting is in danger of being cut. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Sarah. Mr.
Thank
Crowell?
you.
Next, we have Richard Bamber.
Richard, if you'd state your name and begin when you're ready.
Good evening, Richard Bamber. Just like to thank staff for increasing the frequency of the 43 to 7.5 minutes. I appreciate it is going to be a temporary measure, but the route does just run past my house. So if the Board of Directors could kindly approve this and the rest of the revised June 26 service changes, that would be great. That is all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Richard. Mr. Crowell?
Yes, at this time I see two additional individuals. We have Joe Triplett.
Joe, if you can state your name and start when you're ready. Mr. Crowell, you want to go to the next person? Joe, we will come back to you in a second.
Yes, next we have Aaron Daly.
Aaron, please state your full name and begin when you're ready.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
We can.
Perfect, thank you. My name is Erin Daly. I'm a resident in Englewood, and I work for the National Federation of the Blind of Colorado. I think I couldn't have said it better than so many people in the room have and on here about the service cuts and the potential implications that will have upon everyday lives. For me personally, I am looking at buying a house now, and one of the homes I'm looking at in the area has one bus route that goes by it, and so I'm sitting here thinking, do I do this? Will it be on the chopping block? Will I lose services? What do I do? And so that's just some of the implications that this decision can have. And also just wanted to share a story is that last week, that same bus, a driver went by and left about 30 people standing at the bus stop. And, individuals who were on the bus said, you just passed them, like you just left all those people there. And they were like, oh, don't worry, another one's coming in a half an hour. It's no big deal. Well, not only is that not the correct attitude to have, it isn't a half an hour. It's that bus has been reduced to an hour. So it's an hour that those individuals had to wait or find alternative transportation if they are even able to, which some of them are not. So I thank you all for your time, and I'm so happy that there is an alternative proposal here, and I hope that you are able to take a look at that. And I love the person earlier who said that water company can't not stop selling water, and transportation company needs to figure out how to do that transportation, and I don't envy your position. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments and your sentiment. Is Joe Triplett on still, Jack? Joe, if you want to state your name and start speaking when you're ready, we'll give you another shot here. Okay.
Chair, we do have one individual who raised their hand after Ms. Daly had started speaking, and that's Frank Lambert.
Frank, if you can state your full name for the record and then start speaking when you're ready, you have 2 minutes.
Frank?
Okay.
I'm here. I do apologize about
Go
that.
ahead.
I'm working over here at DIA, and for some reason, we have cut from 7 trains down to 2 cars. I don't know if you ever seen the videos from China, but we got people being stacked on top of each other, on top of each other, on top of each other. That it is a safety hazard. I don't know who made the decision, but it is a hazard to the people that are trying to catch a train and going home at 10 o'clock at night, at 11 o'clock at 11:18. This was, please forgive me, this was a bonehead decision, and it needs to be ASHA cards need to be added back on for welfare. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, Jack, let's give Joe Triplett one last try here. Joe, if you're on, please state your full name and you may begin. Okay. Was there
Wait.
any?
I think he's got it.
Okay. Joe?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Joe Triplett. I'm a self-advocate. I represent people on Access-a-Ride who don't have representation, people who can't speak for themselves. So I want to make several recommendations. Number one, I do agree with our colleagues that we should keep Access on Demand going. It's a service that everybody needs. You know, some of us on Access-a-Ride are not able to access it because we can't call and we can't use the app. Number two, I want to suggest, okay, the last count, there was 4,000 people on paratransit. I would like to suggest that we take half, 2,000 people that are on Access on Demand, and it's been proven to paratransit staff that many of these people, they don't even ride Access-a-Ride. I would like to make a strong recommendation that we take them off Access-a-Ride. If we can even take 50% off Access-a-Ride, it says that we do pay each rider $100. I think that could be lowered even down as far as say $70 a ride. So I don't think there should be people who don't use Access-a-Ride, but use Access on Demand. I think it should be fully taken off and of course left on Access-a-Ride. I do want to say that I hope the budget cuts are not 20%, because those of us, on Access-a-Ride, if you cut our route, that means we are now in our homes. We can't go anywhere. We can't get anywhere. We can't always get a family member or a person to take us somewhere. We are already very constrained on where we can go. We can't even go a fourth of the places that people on Access on Demand can go. I would implore the board of directors in the future to look at ways to get this 3/4 mile off. If not, those of us who will lose our routes will lose service. And I just think that's, you know, I would like to see you all take that in really serious consideration. Thank you for your time, and I want to thank the board of directors and staff. You've done extremely hard work. I know this is an extremely challenging time. So I do, you know, I will support whatever is done, but I hope no 20%. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
That's
Joe.
it.
Is there anybody else in the room that did not get a chance to sign up that would like to address? If you just, we'll start over on this right, to my right, yeah, if you can see me pointing. Please come up to the podium, state your name, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Joe Meyer, and I thank you for the time to speak tonight. As the budget deficit conversation progresses, the implicit assumption I hear in the discussions is that the biggest tool in the board's toolbox is service reductions. I'd like to offer another view. I believe that the biggest tool in your toolbox is the collective political firepower that you could all pull together when working toward the same goal. In this case, the goal is averting as much service reduction as possible. A big way to do that is for cities and counties to step in and help make the existing routes run faster and therefore more cost effectively. For many routes, faster trips will be more cost efficient, allowing the same headway with fewer resources by reducing route cycle times. While there are many other aspects to consider, I challenge this board to start looking at the proposed 17.5% study of operational savings and approach it as a 10% across the board average speed increase. I recognize that 10% speed increase doesn't equal 10% savings, but we need a number to start with. This will depend on partnerships from each of your cities and counties and the state to provide the quick build infrastructure needed for speed and reliability gains. We know that many potential partner agencies are interested in good transit service, given that over the past few months, more than $200 million has been requested from RTD to fund new rail projects. I believe that your combined political capital can be used to collaborate with local officials under the shared understanding that protecting existing transit service is at least as important as shiny new projects. Rapid implementation of many speed improvements would be merely politically challenging, not technically challenging. To put a finer point on it, it is not physical limitations preventing CDOT from having a striping crew put bus lanes on Colorado Boulevard this summer. If taken seriously, speed improvements can meaningfully contribute to protecting RTD's core network from frequency and span decreases. The core network must be preserved as much as possible and clearly publicly defined in order to keep transit service usable for as many trips and as many people as feasible.
Thank you for your comments. Please, podium and state your name, and you've got a couple minutes.
How's everyone doing? My name is Jeffrey Pearson. I live in District G. I see Mr. Gouliet there earlier, or Julian, right? Yeah. I appreciate you answering my email. First off, I want to say you guys are doing great. I take the RTD light rail every single day to work from Ridgegate to the Union Station. And for the last year, I've been collecting a survey of 1,300 people that also live in G, and I wanted to share some of the results. Some of the top reasons why people don't ride the light rail, one is the reliability. They're worried that the times that they're coming in is not consistent. The second is safety. They're worried about something happening, which over the last year I have seen an increase of the patrols and stuff and checking tickets, which is awesome. And also time, so how much time it takes to get from where we're down in G up to the Union Station. Right now it's about an hour. It's pretty much 50 minutes to an hour 10, and that really that depends on stoppages and stuff like that. So I kind of wanted to share this with the board. Also, I want to let you guys know that I do work in the geospatial area, and you guys are paying for, in your enterprise agreement with a company called Esri, something called Live Geo Event. So something that we all see when we're at the airport is how long it takes for the train to come and to pick everyone up. That is something that you guys can implement, something that we can probably do probably within a couple of hours if you guys wanted to do that. And also an issue that I see is the notifications as well. So if there's an outage or if there's an issue or if there's a track change, there's really no good way that I'm seeing any of the notifications come through on the app or in, yeah, that's pretty much it. So I want to thank you guys, and I think you guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else in the room that did not get signed up that'd like to speak? Seeing none. Mr. Kroll, any written remarks submitted?
Yes, there were many, many written remarks, well over 90 emails related to Route 228. Route 53 also garnered significant attention, and then there were a number of comments written in related to the budget items. I will not read all of those into the record, but they will be included in the transcript of today's meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. Okay, we are going to close the public session. Do we have our retiree sponsor here now, Jack? Okay. We want to come back to that again?
We might just also have to move on. I do want to note there was one name that was left off when you read them from the script, and it was Rebecca Jameson from our payroll department, 40 years.
Jeez, the biggest one, the longest one. Thank you for your service. Wow. Okay, we're going to close up the public comment period, and we are on to external entities. Adams County and the RTD N-Line Partnership. I saw Chair Malika show up and Commissioner Benson. I know for sure. And thank you for joining us again.
Thank you.
No, thank you so much for having us.
Jack, can you move the microphone just a little bit closer for Chair Malika? There you go.
Got it.
Thanks.
All right, and Jack, I'm assuming you're doing the slides again, or is someone doing the slides? Oh, I have a remote. Thank you.
You
Look
are
at
in
me.
control.
Giving me lots of power here. All right. Perfect. Thank you so much. Wow. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, members of the board. Happy to see you guys again. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to join you and be in front of you again. And wanted to thank RTD staff for their collaboration and dialogue over the past several weeks. We have worked very closely with your staff, and they've been very helpful as we continue to work on this project. I am joined tonight by Commissioner Kathy Henson and County Manager Dion Stroder, and we are here on behalf of the Board of Adams County Commissioners, as well as our regional partners, to discuss the next steps towards completing the North Metro line. North Metro communities have supported Fast Tracks since the voters approved the program in 2004, so that's 22 years ago. Today, we're not asking for construction funding. We are asking RTD to make an investment in project readiness so that together we can position the corridor for future implementation and fulfill the promise made to voters. The Fast Tracks commitment, so more than 20 years ago, of course, we approved Fast Tracks, and we are still not completed. So the end line remains one of the many unfinished corridors, but we have encouraging news. We only have 5.5 miles that remain between East Lake and Highway 7 to get our corridor complete. So this represents one of the most achievable opportunities for RTD to complete the voter-approved investment. So the state of Colorado has identified the completion of the corridor as a priority, as well as RTD yourself in your own Finishing Fast Tracks report recognizes the importance of advancing this project. Completing the final segment is about honoring commitments, maintaining public trust, and building upon infrastructure that is already serving riders today. So, the North Metro region continues to experience rapid growth and increasing transportation demand. The N line is already delivering results with a weekday ridership exceeding 3,600 passengers and outperforming several completed rail corridors. Completion of the final segment will improve mobility, provide congestion relief, of course, if you've sat on I-25, and really connect our community, our employment centers, our education centers, our healthcare assets to support long-term quality of life throughout the region. So we want to connect people to jobs and economic opportunity. We are also one of the fastest growing economic regions. If you haven't been up north, please join us. We are booming. The corridors serve major healthcare providers with more hospitals on the way. We have logistics and freight industries, aerospace employers. Adams County is one of the largest aerospace industries in Colorado. We have lots of industrial centers, all of these critical to Colorado's economy. So completing the remaining 5.5 miles would connect tens of thousands of additional residents to thousands of businesses and really just expand that regional network. This is more than a transportation project. It is also an economic development investment that supports workforce mobility, strengthens regional competitiveness, and creates opportunities for growth throughout the district. All right, moving on to the coalition. So I talked about how we are just mere representatives of this coalition. The coalition is more than just any one district. It's going to create a team of us to get this across the finish line. So Adams County, the city of Brighton, Commerce City, the city of Northglenn, and the city of Thornton are all recognized as part of this coalition and are invested in completing the N line and are committed to the sustained commitment of getting this project past the finish line. To support the effort, we're proposing a coalition of local governments and partners focused on implementation, stakeholder engagement, regional advocacy, and future funding strategies. The coalition creates a unified voice that demonstrates the corridor enjoys broad regional support. So what does this model look like? One of the lessons that we've learned in the past 20 years is that successful projects require accountability and strong partnerships among various jurisdictions. So we envision a governance structure that balances RTD's technical expertise, which you have lots of, with meaningful participation from local governments and corridor stakeholders. Initially, the structure would include RTD and Adams County, just to get us started, but of course would expand as coalition partners formalize their participation throughout this process. The objective is straightforward, transparent decision-making, clearly defined milestones, and accountability throughout the design process. So we view this as a partnership that strengthens the project delivery and maintains alignment among all stakeholders. So, administrative support for local coalition. Regional partnerships require resources to be effective. We are trying to pull together a number of hands to carry this load, and we're gonna need support in getting that done. So this would be support through the design phase. We're proposing a dedicated coalition administrator and supporting contract services. So these resources would help facilitate partner coordination, stakeholder engagement, milestone tracking, public outreach, and continuity throughout the project. So over the 3-year design effort, and I have a timeline slide coming up in just a second, we estimate approximately $1.2 million for these functions. This investment ensures that the regional coalition remains organized, aligned, and focused on delivering results. All right, so I have a full funding breakdown here, but what I really want to emphasize this evening is that we're not asking for a $55 million spend tomorrow. I'm not asking you to write me a check for, tomorrow. I don't think you would do that, but hey, I'll leave that up to you guys if you want to, but just saying, it doesn't have to be that way. We have to remember that this is a multi-year effort, right? This is going to take 3 years to complete. So funding is going to be needed over time for each of the milestones throughout the project. So today's discussion is about establishing a path forward and not writing a check all at once. So these investments are focused entirely on project readiness. They prepare the corridor for future construction funding opportunities and creating a grant-ready, construction-ready project. The largest portions of the budget are environmental review and final design. Additional funding support railroad coordination, utility and drainage work, right-of-way analysis, and stakeholder engagement, all of the fun necessities of these projects. And project readiness unlocks future funding opportunities, and that is the intent of our ask for this evening. So I'm going to move on to RTD and Adams County staff coordination. Again, thank you so much for RTD staff. We have spoken to so many of you at this point, and our staff has been really engaged in this process and has been instrumental in creating the proposal that's in front of you today. So through that discussion, we've had numerous conversations with your staff and kind of gut checks about this number over time. So wanted to make sure that we're not just pulling anything out of a hat to present in front of you. We actually talked to the experts on staff to help us get there. And again, realize that this is, over multiple years to implement. The request that we've had is grounded in these conversations and really reflects the expertise on your staff already. All right, so our phasing project timeline, it's pretty clear and disciplined path to project readiness. So this first year, we're gonna focus on validating the project, completing the environmental review, establishing the coalition, and engaging stakeholders. Year 2 advances engineering to 60% design and refines cost estimates and technical coordination. Year 3 completes environmental clearance and advances the corridor to 100% design and results in a grant-ready and construction-ready project. This is a deliberate approach and creates certainty and positions the corridor for future implementation. Now, I just want to highlight this. In the past that I've been in front of you, we've talked about a 90% design. It was actually RTD staff that really pushed us towards 100. We really want to just make sure that this is, shovel-ready project that we can move forward with, and it will also help us be more competitive when it comes to seeking the various amount of funding strategies that we need to have on hand, right? RTD can't build this themselves. It's going to take a group of us to come together. And so we need to have a 100% design project to be able to be competitive for some of those grant opportunities. All right, so the funding request. Again, very straightforward. We ask that RTD be a partner with us, the North Metro Transportation Coalition, and establish a pathway to advance the corridor to 100% design. This is not a request to appropriate $55 million immediately, although I will leave that discretion up to you. And again, this is a multi-year commitment. We recognize that the end line will require multiple funding partners, and this is just a starting relationship between the two of us. We know that the state of Colorado, through the Clean Transit Enterprise, also has a huge role to play with dollars that are earmarked specifically for the end line. So as we move forward together, we'll explore those different funding strategies together. And we want to be clear, North Metro communities supported Fast Track over 22 years ago, and to complete, and we contributed to this through FISA, and we remain committed to ensuring that the North Metro corridor receives the benefit of those commitments and the promises made to voters. So the end line is no longer a question of whether or not it should be completed. The ridership exists. We have all the growth. The infrastructure is there. The regional support exists. And the commitment to voters still exists. So we are asking RTD to take this step with us and position the corridor for completion. So with that, I and my colleagues here are happy to answer any questions or address any comments that you guys have.
Thank you, Chair Malika, and thank you for your partnership as we've gone through this and openness for a different path to kind of the same project. Really appreciate it. I think I saw Director Guzman first and then Director Rusha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for coming before us again. I've lost count, but I appreciate it. And every time it gets better and better. It is exciting to work with partners that are leaning in and willing to do the legwork to get this to a finish line. I appreciate it. So let me start there. I have a quick question. Have you had conversations with DRCOG, which is a necessary part of Fast Tracks and the way our legislation works to advance conversation through DRCOG, our regional, our area planning MPO, I'm trying to say it, it's not coming out, to be able to advance this as well, because this requires double sets of votes with different groups. If I had my way, I would move it tonight, but I want to make sure that we've done our due diligence properly and would like to start there.
Yeah, so happy to address your question. I am the DRCOG representative for Adams County, so very familiar with the board. This has not been discussed at DRCOG yet. I feel like it's a little early in this stance just because we're still talking about getting the coalition together, but DRCOG will play a very significant role in this project moving forward and will be part of one of the many milestones that we need to achieve.
The only reason I ask is because it's not listed in the timeline here anywhere, and I just wanted to flag that if
Thank you.
if it needs to be
It does, yes.
added in. I don't know where that would go, but I would be interested because I serve on the RTC for DRCOG through the board here.
Great.
And I know that that's a part of this conversation. Thank you. I love that you are coming to us with the request to get 100% design done and not messing around with the timeline. And I do want to say I appreciate that you are again leaning in and working with staff and working with the local cities. I've read through the letters. I grew up in Denver most of the time, but I went to high school in Adams County, just shy of 112th and Colorado Boulevard by the Margaret Recreation Center. That was brand new when I was in high school. So it would be nice to see this project get finished. And I also wonder if you might be able to provide later, not tonight, but information about your communities of color and your low-income folks and how this would affect them, because this adds in complexity under Title VI for a large transit agency. But I am also well aware that within the 4 cities that you've mentioned and in Adams County generally, there's such a wide mix of economic level that couldn't hurt to have that information available and some statistical data around your populations that we're serving.
Happy to do that, Director. And you're completely right. The N line currently already runs through many of those communities, and actually completion of the N line is going to benefit these communities significantly because workforce transit is needed. All of the major jobs are headed north, and we've had businesses who literally come to us and begged us for transit north. We don't have RTD service that takes us far enough north, and so we have people who are walking, biking, Ubering to their jobs every day because there actually is no public transit north of, I believe, like 128. So, yeah.
I'll say one last thing. I was going to Horizon when Holly was just a dirt road, and it was impossible to bike. You had to go up Colorado Boulevard or cut behind the houses on the old trails. So Adams County has done a really significant amount of work on making pedestrian safe ways to get through the community. North of 136th, I still don't know how you get to the mall at 144th, I think it is. And even getting to the mall that's right there at 136th and I-25 from past Colorado Boulevard still stresses me out, the thought of having to walk or bike that. Definitely not when I was 16 years old. So I do see the value of what you're talking about in the terms of the growth of the region and how beneficial this could be. Thank you for referencing our Finishing Fast Tracks report, because the statistics do not lie in that report about how valuable this particular extension would be. And we have all paid into it from every county, and so seeing this work come to fruition is a beautiful thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Guzman. Director Busick, I see you. Director Rusha, then I'll come back to you.
Oh,
You're up. Yep, you're up.
back to Director Busick.
No, you get to go before him.
Right,
Yeah.
we'll go back to him.
Then I'll go back to him.
I was just trying to follow directions, sir. Sorry. And I'm used to yielding to Director Busick so much.
Thank you very much.
For good reason. Okay, thank you for rejoining us this evening. I appreciate the conversation, the context, and the striving to be a partner. It is refreshing when other governments come to us and ask us to be a partner instead of spend our money without our consent. And there is kind of an elephant in the room, whether it is $1.2 million, 5 miles, 25 miles, we don't have the funds. Like, we don't have the funds. And as it stands, and this is not Director Rusha's opinion, this is in our financial reports. I don't get paid enough to work out the math. I'm not smart enough to work out the math. Like, we don't have enough money to give FRPRD what they're asking for without gutting our own service. That's like an uncomfortable reality that we're sitting with right now. And so I guess my question is, how do you envision we can collectively go get those funds? Is it possible that there could be a ballot measure specifically for the N line, for example, right? Like, if we're already struggling with this other expectation and we know we're going to need a tax increase just to pay Fast Tracks debt, not even building stuff new, you know, how can we bridge that gap and, you know, work in partnership, right? And that's not, I don't expect you to have the whole answer right now, but you know, that's what my ears are going to be listening for as we continue this conversation, because I don't think it's intellectually honest to ourselves or our respective constituents to say, let's go do a study, let's pull a group together, knowing that we can't find a path to get the funding, right? And I'm sorry if that was a loaded question, but I appreciate you guys being here and being willing to, you know, answer those tough questions. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to answer tough questions. No issues with that. And there was a ballot initiative for the N line. It was called Fast Tracks, and it passed in 2004. So, and our residents have been paying for that since that point. So, understanding that that is the reality that we're in, we're still coming to the table to talk about how do we partner the way forward. It is going to take additional funding because you do not have the money for construction. But you're not going to be able to solve this problem alone. It's going to need multiple jurisdictions to come together to talk about what that looks like. to talk about what funding strategies would be able to work in this area, and you're gonna need local governments to lean in, because it's their tools in the tool belt, if you will, that they will be bringing to the table. And so the only way I think the end line is ever going to get completed and the promise fulfilled is through this coalition. And so what I fear is that you'll go to the ballot in 28 without a plan for the end line and without that kind of renewal of public trust. And I don't know how you will fare in the North. And I think that that's one of the biggest fears that I have, because RTD, especially a lot of the regional routes that you've established in Adams County, people rely on those every day. What will that look like? I don't know. And so I completely understand where you're coming from. I do not envy you all in this room and the rest of your agenda today. But I also need to face the reality that residents have been paying for this for over 22 years. And we need to figure out a solution. And I'm trying to bring a solution with partnership to this body.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So I appreciate that. And look, everybody paid into something they didn't get, including my district. We all have a list of grievances. That's why some of us ran for this board, myself included. And I appreciate, like, there's disappointment. And, because many things can be true, the money is not there. Like, the finances don't change. The only way we could, as you put it, fulfill our promise with fast tracks is if we broke a promise, right, to everyone else relative to existing service. And so I just, like, I don't want to get into a debate, but I want to caution us about this language about pitting communities against each other, you know, or, you know, we got and you didn't get, because right now we've got limited funds. So, I mean, absent something crazy going with the economy or money falling out of the sky or the feds changing their mind about how much they want to invest in transit, like, we really have to get serious about a ballot initiative that is a massive investment in local transit. I feel like we are fighting over like a very small pie and these pieces of a pie when we need to go just get a bigger pie, right? So I'm not saying like no to the end line. You might recall, like, I was in the press a couple of years ago saying, like, what about the end line? I was talking about it was prime for BRT, like, right? So like, many things can be true, and I just like, but I also have to express, because I'll hear it from my constituents, right? We've got to find a way to go get this money, and we just can't, nobody, myself included, can't be stuck in the past of like the plans we had 20 years ago and the money that didn't materialize or costs that went up. So just like in this look forward, I would just say, let's think big. And big as an add, not subtract. And I see you nodding, so I kind of want to acknowledge for people who are following along on CART, or, you know, yeah, can't see the commissioner's face, like that. I think we're in agreement. But again, I do appreciate the you know, request for partnership. I also appreciate you standing in your truth. And you know, again, hopefully we can figure out how we just go get a bigger pie so everybody wins and no one loses. Thank you.
And if I could respond very
Yeah,
briefly,
sure,
Chair.
Chair Malika.
I'm trying to offer you a bigger pie tonight. That's what I'm trying to do, is offer a bigger pie, offer a greater opportunity of success by pulling together multiple jurisdictions to try and figure out this out together, so you don't have to do it alone.
Thank you, Chair. Director Busick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank, thank Chair Mullica and Commissioner Henson and their staff for coming out once again to present to us. It's great to see that there's some traction taking place finally on the completion of the N line. So we've got two big commuter rail projects that are competing for, will compete for the same dollars, right? One, we all know it's the one that goes to Boulder, Longmont, and maybe even beyond the north, what we call the Northwest Rail, but is morphed into something different, and the N line. In terms of money to do the Northwest Rail, it's huge. It'll wipe out our FISA, right? And that's problematic. The N line, as Chair Malka says, it's 5.5 miles, 2 stops, right? And those people on the N line north of East Lake, those 2 new stops, they have very, very few non-rail options for transit versus the people on the Northwest Rail line, Longmont and Boulder, have had a lot of non-rail options to get down to Denver. So for me, the biggest bang for the buck is completing the N line because it's going to cost a lot less and it's going to serve a lot of people. We did a feasibility study a couple of years ago, the Northwest Rail Peak Service feasibility study, right? And studied how we could finish the Northwest Rail line, RTD. And the ridership numbers were appalling. This is, and the, you know, the money that we would have to contribute per trip, it was over $50 per rider that we would be contributing for each trip. So crazy numbers, whereas the N line is already proving itself. The numbers on the N line already more than double the projections that were in the feasibility study for Northwest Rail. So bang for buck, it's the N line. Now, of course, the big elephant in the room is, as Director Rucha points out, the money. And do we even have the money for the N line? You know, I would argue, yes, because a lot of people on this board seem to be really gung-ho for doing this new joint service plan for the Northwest Rail completion and on up to Fort Collins. It's going to cost a ton of money. I get it. Great plan, great opportunity, but we're going to reduce service by 20%. That gets you part of the way of the budget reduction. The next big opportunity to reduce your budget is to start firing people. And you know, I don't want to make that choice. So anyway, in my mind, you got two rail projects that are competing, both commuter rail, one big bang for the buck, going to serve a lot of people and so forth. The other one, timing is not right in my book. So I'm really behind this. I appreciate you commissioners working with our staff and some of the people on our board that you've been talking to. Continue to do that, and I'm very supportive of your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Busick. Director Baker.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you all for coming. I enjoy hearing about the N line. I do not want to pit one rail line against another, and there are ways that we can do both. I understand that you'll most likely be coming back to us in July with a proposal. And thank you for working with our staff. I know you've been working with our Deputy CEO, Angel Pena, and his staff. We have some options for phase one of getting this project started. I think it'd be great if we could get everyone together and come up with the number that'll work to get it started, and also to bring CTE into the discussion. Because I've had a couple of conversations now with, with the executive director and with a couple of the board members, and of course, you know better than I that there is money in Senate Bill 230 that was specifically earmarked for the N line. So, you know, I think with some creativity working together, we can get this started. And I think that's important that we get it started, because I also know it's going to take a while, you know, to start the design, the preliminary engineering, to get it moving forward. And then as time goes on, you know, we can work on funding sources, because I think they're out, not I think, I know they're out there and it can be done. So the one other question that I'd like to ask that actually was brought up at our executive committee meeting was working with the city of Thornton to come up with a certain kind of land planning around these two stations, because I know both Director Larson and Director Nicholson have raised some very good issues about, you know, it'd be great if we could work with them to make sure that there's going to be some sort of transit-oriented development around those two stations, and we still have time to get that moving forward, so that would be great. And then one more thing about FISA. My calculation, we probably have about 185 million right now in the FISA fund. And one of the things that I think we need to remember is that, you know, RTD sales tax is two separate taxes. One is the 0.6 for our base budget, one is 0.4. And it's pretty clear that Fast Track's money cannot be used for base budget expenditures. And so, we can get some legal clarification, but it's certainly in our fiscal policy where it's pretty crystal clear that there's two separate taxes for two different purposes. So we'll figure this out. I really look forward to working with you because this is such an important project and it's going to be fun. I know there's going to be ups and downs and all that good stuff, but hey, you know, that's what a construction project is like, right? But I think we've got some good minds working on it. We can figure out the problems as they pop up. And hopefully in just a couple of years, we're going to have folks riding the rails all the way up to North Thornton. So thanks again for coming. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Treasurer Banker. Director Nicholson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You can't sell a rail project on vibes. You need more than that. And that is why I am very supportive of giving you the $10 million, because at the end of the day, if we're gonna build the coalition necessary to convince the region and all the stakeholders necessary to invest in and believe in this, we need to do more than just shop it around with a PowerPoint. We need to make real progress. And so I really, you know, echoing what Director Banker said, I really appreciate the thoughtful, staged approach that you've taken to this. I appreciate the conversations that we've had. I also appreciate that someone who I know to, you know, have a track record of excellence and of getting things done in you, Commissioner Mullica, having seen you work gives me a lot of confidence that this is not just vaporware. I don't know whether or not I'll be comfortable doing 55 million when that ask comes. I think a lot of it depends on what happens with the 10 and what degree of prospective funding mechanisms and such we come up with in that time. But just because we haven't solved step 10 of the problem doesn't mean we shouldn't solve step 1. My biggest concern with the project is that right now those two stops are basically farmland. And that's, you know, the best argument against Northwest Rail is that there's not a lot of room left to develop right around the stations because it's going to places where there's already a bunch of stuff. And the best argument against this project is there's too much room to develop because there's nothing there at the moment. But I've looked at the projections for growth in the region 10, 20, 30 years out, and where these stations are located is exactly where, you know, the demographers are predicting that we are going to have people moving to. So it's better to put the rail in first and then do, as, you know, as Director Banker pointed out, do the land use and everything else to get there first. So looking forward to this, I think we can get there. I think there is good reason to do it. But I agree, we need to solve the land use issue and figure out some of the other stuff to make sure that we're not just, you know, RTD has some stations right now that are basically empty fields next to our light rail stations. That can't happen here. And figuring out how we avoid that is, I think, the biggest question mark I have on the project. Thanks.
Thank you. See no other directors and, oops, I'm sorry. Busick. Oh, Director Busick's on again. Okay.
Hey, thanks. Just real quick, and in terms of development at these stations, I think it's really important to note that at the Highway 7 stop, the development is incredible. Highway 7 and I-25, CDOT is putting in a mobility hub. There's going to be eventually a park and ride on the northwest corner of that intersection. CU Health is planning a huge medical and multi-use campus at that corner. We've got all kinds of development in the works happening. So it will be farmland for 10 more minutes, and that's probably about it. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Director Busick. Seeing nobody else, do you have any final words? You don't have to have any, but I'll give you a chance.
I'll open it up to my colleagues. Final thoughts, either of you?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I think Commissioner Mullica did an excellent job. Thank you for your thoughtful comments and mostly for your collaboration and partnership. I feel very optimistic that the way forward to complete the end line and fulfill this promise and to put RTD and also local government in the best position to go to voters in 2028 and succeed and and get people excited about the growth that is coming. You're exactly right. These stations are right in the heart of very exciting growth. And I don't mean to sound like Pollyanna, but I really think the way forward is to link arms and we do this together. We will figure out how to get there, and this is the most exciting. I was on Thornton City Council before I was elected to the commission, and I'm very excited about these conversations, and thank everybody, staff and directors, for all of your collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm just excited for you. You have all these people running for the Adams County Chamber of Commerce Board. Like everybody's just like bottle this up, right? Thank you so much for coming to another session. We really appreciate it. Okay, we are going to make an adjustment in the agenda on the fly. We're going to move the reports and minute approval until after we get through our action items. So they're significant action items. We're trying to keep them as close as possible to hours when people are awake and able to watch. So Jack, Mr. Kroll, you think we'll just move those down? We're going to move the reports down, the meeting minute approvals down, and the action items up. We can do that while we're going through the one and only discussion item, which is the bus stop infrastructure and accessibility assessment. GM CEO Johnson, if you can start that, and then I know you'll probably engage your team too. Thank you.
So good evening, Deborah Johnson, General Manager and CEO. This evening, we are before you to present the findings, or rather the recommendations pursuant to a bus stop investments, bus stop infrastructure and accessibility assessment. Some of you may recall that we embarked, and I'm looking at Director Rusha particularly, that we embarked upon this in November of 2024, recognizing that RTD has an expansive service area, 2,349 square miles. And when we think about the myriad of bus stops that we have within our service area, most people don't realize that the vast majority of those bus stops aren't within the auspices of the Regional Transportation District, recognizing that oftentimes outside of utilizing an app or calling customer care, the first entree into our service network is when somebody embarks upon a bus stop or a station relative to introducing themselves to the means of transport and the services that we provide. With that as a backdrop, I have staff before us this evening relative to the work that has been done. These items have come before a committee in previous times. We thought it'd be most prudent to bring this forward in this forum due to the nature of the discussion relative to the importance of this to our entire network, which is the agency's core business. So this evening, we have Angel Pena, who serves as the Deputy CEO, Kiernan Maletsky, Director of Long Range Planning, and then Gabe Christie, who is our Manager of Americans with Disabilities Act, the office within the Division of Civil Rights. This is incredibly important as we talk about the accessibility issues before us with infrastructure as well, recognizing some elements within our service area were prior to the ADA, and quite naturally when things basically were installed prior to the ADA, oftentimes people don't want to touch those because then you have to modify in order to adhere to the ADA of 1990. So without further ado, I will yield the floor to staff to go forward. Thanks.
Now, okay, thank you. Thank you. So, Chair and members of the board, I do want to amplify GM CEO Johnson, her words. So, like she mentioned, we're here to walk you through those core findings from this assessment. And I will say this is the first comprehensive look at our more than 7,500 active stops that we have in over 15 years. So, I believe these numbers are important. And the reason why is that it's going to show when the team walk you through it that about 36% of our stops currently meet accessibility standards, which means that we have real work to do ahead of us. But I do not want this to be just an inventory or a data report. For us, this is the most important part is what we do next. We'll know a bus stop is often the first and last part of our customer's trip, and it is where people wait, transfer, connect to jobs, appointments, school, and a daily life. So if that stop is not accessible, safe, comfortable, or easy to use, then the system is not working the way it should be for that person. So this assessment gives us the roadmap. It helps us understand where the gaps are, who owns the right-of-way, where investment is needed, and how we can work with our regional partners in a more organized way. And that is why I'm proud of the work of our infrastructure and planning services team, our civil rights team, and our partners that I have done, because it helped us move from assessment to action and from individual fixes to a more coordinated regional approach. So with that, I will turn it over to the team to walk you through what we found, what we heard from our partners, and how we're proposing to move this work forward.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Deputy CEO Pena. I have a loud voice. I apologize. So I want to give you just a brief overview of what we'll be discussing today. We want to discuss with you our key outcomes, specifically focused on the bus stop infrastructure accessibility assessment, our governmental and stakeholder engagement process, how we engage the municipal partners we share across the service area, and then the next steps we've outlined to address this challenge. And first, I would like to start with what's most important, especially to me, which is what makes a stop inaccessible. Often when we discuss stop accessibility, we often think about, well, it's just the sidewalk. It's far more than just the sidewalk. What makes a stop inaccessible? First and foremost, thank you. What makes a stop inaccessible, first and foremost, is the presence of a short or shallow boarding area. All transit stops are required to have a 5x8 boarding area for people to alight from. Paired with that, a stop must have an accessible pedestrian access route, an uneven or broken terrain there, or if we, like you can see on the bus stop on the top at Northfield and Beeler in Denver, many are connected by dirt paths, which are by nature uneven. Many pedestrian access routes are also blocked by amenities and landscaping, but also many have cross slopes exceeding 2%, and that is the slope of the ground in front of the stop and the pathway which a customer would travel. Additionally, there are many stops that have inaccessible amenities present. So now that we know what makes a stop inaccessible, let me share with you what makes a stop accessible. First and foremost is that 5x8 boarding area. It must be flat and it must be 2% cross slope. Additionally, a customer must have a 4-foot sidewalk at minimum, at maximum a 5-foot sidewalk to access our stop. Now that cross slope must be underneath 2%, so that must be as close to flat as possible. And additionally, the running slope of that must not exceed the roadway. So if we're on a hill, it is not possible for us to create a flat bus stop, but we must create a bus stop that is reflective of the environment. Now I want to take a moment to discuss with you the project outcomes after we've given you those standards. Now I want to take this as a moment to review this regional snapshot. During this inventory, 7,521 active stops were inventoried. Now, of those, as Deputy CEO Pena shared, 36% of those meet the accessibility standard outlined under the current auspices of the ADA. Additionally, 43% of those stops have seating, and only 17% of those stops have a shelter within the region. Now, on the top of the slide, you'll see that there's a nice visualization of the distribution of stops between municipalities, with a breakdown of about 1,000 atoms, and you can see that that gets a little bit more detailed as we go along. And we'll provide for you a more detailed graph that gives you the explicit numbers. And to add to Deputy CEO Pena's statement, many of these stops, although are accessible or inaccessible, what additionally is a factor is the roadway ownership, the right-of-way ownership. The vast majority of stops, 5,500 of these stops, are owned by a local municipality or government. 17% are owned by the Colorado Department of Transportation, 7 by the local county, 3 by RTD, and then 1% or less by a local non-governmental entity. So when we look at the cross-section of our stops, it's important to remember that 230 of the stops which we assessed are under the ownership of RTD or within the right-of-way that RTD controls. On your screen now, you'll see a visualization of the spread of stops that are accessible throughout the district. There are 2,721 accessible stops indicated by green dots on your map. You can see that while the green dots are well spread, they're vastly outnumbered by the orange dots, which represent those 4,800 stops, which are insufficient from an accessibility perspective. Bless you. So now I want to take a moment to address the accessibility component. So when we look at inaccessible bus stops, I said we would give that breakdown specifically per area, and it's included in the chart here, along with a helpful total to reach that accessibility number per investment, so that dollar number per area. And you can see that it is not cheap to achieve accessibility, though it does pay dividends. The total cost to bring those 4,800 stops to compliance would be approximately $177.8 million. Now that we've taken a look at accessibility, I want to show side by side also our amenities data. Often when we talk about accessibility and amenity, one is considered a nice to have and one is considered a must have, but for many people with disabilities, amenities are also very important, specifically when we talk about things like seating. But you can see from our chart here, many of our stops have that primary boarding area. It's over 6,800 of them, but from there we start to drop away. And you can see that the distribution of amenities is spread throughout the district, is visualized on the map included. And then I would like to take this opportunity to turn it over to Director of Long Range Planning, Karen Melitz.
Thank you, Gabe. So with that overview of what we found in the study, I'd like to talk a little bit about, again, kind of the next steps. Where do we take this from here? That starts with, when we think about, Gabe talked about the accessibility needs, the accessibility gap we have. When we think about amenities, the first thing we need to do is figure out what we want it to look like. What is the desired future state for the amenities within the region? So in order to do that, this exercise also went through a typology assignment exercise, which took all the stops within the district and assigned them to one of 3 or 4 typologies to help us understand what kind of amenities would be most appropriate given how frequently the buses come. So when buses come less frequently, there may be a need for more amenities because people are waiting for a longer amount of time. And then also how the ridership at the stop affects the level of investment. You know, the more riders there are at a stop, the more an investment benefits our customers. So with that proposed framework applied, you can see sort of how that breaks out for the stops within the region. An interesting thing to note here is that you can see that approximately 60% of the stops meet the threshold for a standard stop, but those represent only approximately 8% of the boardings across the district. Whereas the premium stops, which represent only 3% of the total stops in the district, represent 21% of the boardings. So you can start to see how these typologies help us understand where we can have the most bang for our buck in investments that we make or that we make in partnership with the municipalities and other entities who own these stops. Here again, some of a sense of what the costs would be to meet those standards for amenities that we might propose. And again, this is a planning exercise. What we will do is take this information and think about how this turns into a program that we deliver in partnership with other entities in the region who own these stops. But just to give you a sense of the order of magnitude, we have some numbers here on the screen for you. You can see that there again, as Gabe indicated, accessibility is a huge percentage of the gap we have in our investment in bus stops, but then the amenities do add quite a bit. Worth noting that a lot of that extra cost is associated with sidewalk work, with some assumptions about right-of-way, so it's not all about just buying flagpoles and shelters. There's a lot of work that goes into making bus stops truly meet the standards that we hope to achieve. Just really quickly, I want to get into what the study did in terms of working with those partners, since as we've said several times now, that's kind of the name of the game here. Without working with our regional partners, this program doesn't mean as much. We spent a lot of time talking with those entities who own the vast majority of our stops through the course of this process, through several meetings with advisory groups, work sessions, We did a lot of direct engagement with, again, those municipalities, those entities that own these stops, as well as working with some individual stakeholders who represent some of our special interests, accessibility groups, partners who have a vested interest in the STOP program. So we did collect a lot of information, though it's important to note again that this program, as it moves forward, will continue to be a partnership. I wanted to focus specifically, the most extensive component of the outreach was these series of workshops with, again, those regional partners, working with them to identify what their priorities are, where their pain points are with the existing system, and how we can help to shape the information collected through the study in a way that truly advances STOP both accessibility and amenity conditions throughout the region. Unsurprisingly, we heard a lot, accessibility really is the most important thing for us to be considering through this process. It's right there in the title of the study. Gabe mentioned it earlier. We know that's the starting point for any conversation about the work we would do on our stops, is making sure that we're meeting those requirements and providing access for our customers. We also heard some interesting things that can help shape the work we do going forward, where we can help to target our investments, what kinds of pieces of information will help our regional partners feel enthusiastic about making their own investments in our stops, and that's clearly a huge win for us. There are some gaps that we're working to fill with in terms of maintenance and funding, of course. All right, so I've been talking about next steps already a little bit, but I do want to spend a little more time there. Some specific timelines. What can you all see coming out of this study next? A few things that I'll get into a little more detail on momentarily here, but the first thing you'll see is a data platform hosted by RTD, where we will share this. That's really the most rich output of this exercise, was really an understanding of what's at those 7,500 active stops. So standing up that platform on our side is an important next step. By the end of this year, we are working within the Infrastructure and Planning Services team, our partners in civil rights and other departments, to develop a true implementation framework that considers not just the planning level considerations that were part of this study, but also things like our packaging work orders for implementation, as well as our service planning process. The comprehensive operations analysis will help inform how we think our service planning work will go and where investments are needed as a result of that. Moving into 2027, Gabe and his team will be leading the work on an ADA transition plan for the agency, of which this is obviously a huge component. And then we will be starting funding requests in 2027, and a lot of that is focused on grant opportunities that I'll get into momentarily. So very quickly going through those things I just discussed, the data platform, in your packets you had a link to the version of the data that we have available that is being hosted by the consultant who we worked with on this study. This effort is really, how do we achieve the future state where RTD is maintaining that data, being strategic about making updates to the data that are relevant and useful to our partners, and possible for us to do as staff. And then understanding, how we can use this data to provide it to private property owners, the public, and others in accessible formats. I've mentioned it several times here, but we really do recognize that it's so important to be working with cities and counties in the region. And so how we envision the uses of some of the information we've collected through this study are in capital planning, not just our own, but that our partners are going through as well. How can the information we collected here inform their capital planning efforts? Clearly, grant applications will be a big part of this. How can we leverage the data we've collected here to make a compelling case for investments in bus stop improvements? Corridor studies, we recognize that especially a huge percentage of the costs of these improvements are, sidewalk and concrete costs that can be absorbed within the context of corridor studies. And then I mentioned it already, just working together with our partners. No one's going to get this work done alone. And finally, I want to wrap up with kind of contextualizing this. We are having a lot of important conversations about our budget situation, our financial situation. I know that's where we're headed later tonight too. We recognize that some of the numbers we put out tonight are really daunting. So as we start to think about where we take this program next, I really want to emphasize the approach we're taking that leverages RTD funds to make a much greater impact on our stop conditions across the region. That would happen in a number of ways. I mentioned that we're looking at grants in 2027. That would include the DRCOG TIP cycle, which will open again in 2027 and give us the opportunity to work on a regional application for bus stop improvements. And here I just wanted to indicate, any funding, RTD obviously does do some stop improvements now. How can we leverage that capital funding that we put into stop improvements in partnership with locals to get some of their investments as part of the work we're doing in service planning and others to make the stop improvements we need? And then how can we help to encourage local agencies to make their own investments and stops above and beyond what they already do, which of course is significant. And with that, I will turn it back over to Deputy CEO Pena to wrap it up.
Thank you to the team for the presentation. What I want to leave the board with is this. This assessment gives us a clear path or roadmap that we can leverage for transforming the customer experience when funds become available. So now we know, we have a better information about the more than 7,500 active stops across the region. We know where it's accessible and what is not. We know where amenities are missing. We also know that most bus stops are not fully within RTD right away, which means that this work has to be done in partnership, like my team mentioned, with the counties, CDOT, and other property owners. So that's what I think the next phase is what matters the most. It gives us the roadmap, like I mentioned, and then it helps us to go from assessment to improvement. I think the next step is to turn that data into a practical implementation framework so we can prioritize where those stops should be first, sequencing them, and then work with our regional partners. And it helps us to have a better roadmap when those funds becomes available as well. I think, like I mentioned before, I just really think that this is the right thing to do. It's about dignity, access, and trust. And I'm not going to repeat what you all know. I know you guys know, which is the customer gets to a stop and they need to have a clear path and a safe boarding, right? And so I really am looking forward working with the rest of the RTD team to figure out a framework for you and the rest of the region. And I think what we would love to work with you as we proceed with the next steps is welcome the feedback from the board on that structure for implementation, such as, are we bringing the right partners in at the right time? Are the entities or voices you want to make sure that we're including to the different review points? And how we can keep the board informed in a way that supports the work and help us to keep the momentum. So we are ready to move forward with this practical, regional, coordinated way, and thank you for listening to us, and happy, the team and I, to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Deputy CEO Pena and team. Anything else, GMCO Johnson, or can we go to the directors? Okay, Director Whitmore is first, then I got Director Rusha, Director Banker, Director Larson, and Akuri. That's all I can count for now.
I know I'm getting close to my nightly word count because this is the second time I pushed the on button, but first of all, tremendous work. This inventory is daunting. I'm just struck again by another elephant in the room. This is a PR problem for us, and 95% of the problem is not us. And here we go again. And it is just so frustrating to sit back and take this arrows when we shouldn't be the target. That being said, your approach I find very positive, and your structure of working with our local governments. Obviously, they have not performed in a way that is appropriate for accessibility mostly, but just overall aesthetics, with a dirt patch with a post and our little flag on it, and we get the brunt of, look at RTD, they can't even throw down some asphalt or some concrete or things of that nature. And Deborah and I have been through that with Adams County right after she arrived, and it was a decent stop, but it wasn't in the right place. So I guess I wonder, and maybe it's just rhetorical, how the hell did we get to this big a mess with lack of accountability for ADA and things of this nature with our local government partners? I I can't understand how it's this bad when it should not be. And with your history, Deborah, or Gabe's background, I'd just like to have your opinion on this because it just frustrates the hell out of me.
Mr. Chair, if I may, thank you so much, Director Whitmore, for those comments. And I all of a sudden saw us back at the county administration building when I actually had us bring out a bus so we could do the roundabout because people didn't understand that there wasn't enough clearance and we ended up on the sidewalk, right? But one thing, as we go forward, think about how many times you all have traversed a sidewalk and it's uneven because you've had a tree's roots grow and make the sidewalk uneven. And oftentimes jurisdictions don't repair that because when they do go in, then there are standards to which they must adhere. And just like this body is confronted with various decisions related to financial constraints, that is something that's commonplace. And more specifically, when you think about a multi-jurisdictional transit agency, you're going to have this happen. You asked for my past experience. I remember when I was working at the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, and we think about LA County has 86 cities. And in doing so, there were issues relative to people's private property, perhaps that had a tree that was growing, and people were like, I'm not uprooting the tree. This is my private property. So it is something that's very daunting. What we have embarked on, we started this way back in 2024. Some of our team members have leaned in and done a yeoman's job because they weren't here when we started this. And I know some members of the board, as I recognized, Director Rusha, the conversations that have ensued, and we knew that this would take some time. First, we needed to have an inventory, so then we could provide specifications as we move forward. This is not going to be an easy fix because we see that clearly just by virtue of the decisions that are made. And so what's even more important was what Mr. Molesky touched upon when we think about our network and the services that we're delivering, because we do not want to be caught in a precarious position where we are working in tandem to modify stops that may not yield the return on investment that we anticipate. And so this will be a framework, as the team outlined, that will be most judicious in reference to providing the amenities for the betterment of those that are utilizing our network as a whole. But par for the course, aside from one agency, San Francisco MTA, that services the city and county of San Francisco, where the agency I formerly worked with had responsibilities for other aspects, sustainable streets. We were able to do that, but everywhere else has been multi-jurisdictional and has been commonplace. Thanks.
Thank you. So I just want to state the obvious. We have a cart break coming up basically now. I'd like to get this item completed before we go to cart break, if at all possible. So if everyone can be judicious in their comments, that would be great. It's an important topic. I'm not trying to short circuit it, but people can be a little bit more succinct. It'd be great. Thanks. Director Rusha.
I will try to meet your expectations, Mr. Chair, but I do have 5 points. So I thank you to staff, and to start, I just want to kind of answer Director Whitmore's rhetorical question. Infrastructure follows the haves and the have-nots. Okay, go to Montbello, take a walk. Good luck if you can find a sidewalk. Extra points if you can find a crosswalk with a safe pedestrian pathway and a light. And it's the same story if we, look at parts of Thornton, for example, right? So whether it's like street lights, bus stop amenities, sidewalks, streets, our infrastructure reflects those who have and those who have not, even though we theoretically collect and redistribute taxes and, infrastructure dollars in a way that would make sense. And I think the real shame about transit is that transit is also a product of the market. And you would think that folks who are riding more would see some of these infrastructure benefits, but we already know that's not true, right? I could show you like ridership numbers and then you put it up against our infrastructure and you could see that some of our folks who are riding the system the most and keeping us, going, they're going without. And I appreciate, as a director who has lobbed a few bombs via email about my frustration on bus stops, to finally hear this agency say, this might not be our legal problem, right? because there's like this gap in the legal structure. Everyone gets to point fingers to somebody else. That's why we don't get sued over this, right? But RTD said we do have an ethical and moral responsibility to start trying to solve the problem and lead. So my notes. Thank you also for the shout out to the Northfield and Beeler stop, which is, I could write a whole dissertation on poles in the ground with no infrastructure. But I have a couple questions, clarifying questions. Does this assessment include our inactive stops? We have stops that look just like that Northfield one, right? But it's not getting served. So I just want to understand the math there and the percentage. And then I've got 2 quick follow-ups after that. Thank you.
See if I can, okay, all right. See if I can get about the bond work. We did conduct the inventory on I believe there were about 9,000 stops that we collected any data on. Did not include all of those inactive stops in some of the typology frameworks because, the focus is really on those active stops, but we do have some information about, and depending on where you look or how you define a stop, there can be basically a limitless number of stops, but we do have some data on those inactive stops you're describing.
Thank you for that. And I don't know if this is currently the case, but previously I'd been told we keep those inactive poles in the ground in case we're going to use them again later. So that was part of the reasoning. And I would say if we're not going to use them, we should remove our stops, right? It's kind of like leaving trash in someone's neighborhood. So moving on, similar question. Do we have a breakdown of inaccessible stops by this is not accessible by today's standards and ProWAG standards, right? Versus actually just not compliant with the ADA as it stands without us touching it. And it's okay if that's a follow-up answer, but I trust Mr. Christie knows what I'm getting at. Thanks.
Thanks, Director Rusch. And so we did provide a breakdown based on the current standard, and we did that because the current ProAg standard is the standard for accessibility for bus stops presently. And so there are stops that were what we would call legacied into compliance because they were, as GM Johnson stated, created prior to the ADA. There are some of those, but the standard in which we evaluated was the present standard because if any alteration were to happen in these stops, they must be brought to the current standard.
Thank you for that. That's a good answer. And that would be the one that I was seeking. The other thing I just wanted to note, like lighting comes up all the time as a safety issue, as does trash, right? Like you can go down Colfax and you can see 2 bus stops. They're side, one after the other. One has a trash can, the other doesn't. One's relatively clean, right? And the other is a mess because what do you know? When there's a trash can, people tend to put their trash inside of it. And similar with lighting, and some of that is like a municipal issue, particularly if, those streets aren't well lit. But obviously this affects our ridership and sense of safety. So I just also wanted to compliment that was assessed here. I know we also do that for Title VI as well. Look, you can have all my lunch money for bus stop accessibility. I don't think it's going to get us very far, but whatever I can do as a director to support. Don't give me that look, Mr. Christie. I don't eat that much lunch, okay? But whatever I can do as an individual director to support this effort in terms of funding, because ultimately we decide on the budget. That's my commitment. And thank you very much. And I don't know, maybe we can start saying to localities, you want more service, why don't you clean up your bus stops as well? I don't want, to make that the starting point because it might become a conversation about haves and have-nots, right? Some localities have more money, but it does get a little bit frustrating when I hear from some localities who are putting a lot of demands on us for services and expanding services like on our bus routes, but they have not made those steps to also create that welcoming transit environment, which includes accessibility. So
I want
thank you very
to
much.
request
Hands
that
off,
we
and I'll close.
move us over to Director Benker.
Thank you. I just have a couple of quick questions. Hopefully you can answer them quickly. First of all, who does the advertising? It seems like a number of our shelters have got an advertising panel. Is it us or is it the local government?
If I may,
Yeah, please, GMC.
Yes, generally, the jurisdictions have ad contracts as they move forward. We had some, as you know, but basically, it runs the gamut. That's how some municipalities actually pay for the maintenance of their what am I trying to say, of their shelters.
Okay, that might be something we might want to take a look at. Cleaning and repair, I'm assuming then that is up to the municipality.
Once again, that's what they use the ad agency for. It's a combination, generally a contract that takes care of the placements and the power washing, the trash removal, and things of the like.
Okay, because Mr. Kroll knows this, there's a bus stop on 287. 3 times I've called in thinking it was ours. The glass is gone, there's yellow tape all over it, and everyone is going to think that it's RTD property. To your point, Director Whitmore, yes. CDOT owns 17% of these, which sort of surprises me. They seem to have a lot of concrete that they work with a lot of times. Can we talk to our partner and see if they could, it's probably not even on their plate thinking about these things. If we raise it with them, perhaps they might step up and do some things. And then I was just thinking about our partnership grant. Perhaps we could even think about expanding our partnership grant, put a little bit more money in there, and having cities apply for a grant through us, through something like that. And thank you for looking at all those different grant opportunities. I like that. Dr. Cog, CDOT, I mean, there's a whole bunch of things out there. So thank you very much. It was very informative.
Director Larson.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the question kind of along the lines of a thing that Director Arusha mentioned, which is, were there any of the feedback or any sort of part of this process, any discussions on tying service pretty, directly to the municipality's maintenance of their bus stops? I mean, to me, that seems like where we would have the most leverage. And if a municipality can't maintain or won't maintain their bus stops to certain standards, or if they're willing to, add a shelter or do something better, it seems to me that that should be part of the thought process for when we're deciding where to provide service and frequency and things like that. So that's my question.
GMCO Johnson.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you, Director Larson. Just by virtue of our service standards, there is not a quid pro quo relative to whether or not a station is or a stop is kept up. That could be something that this board advises on going forward, recognizing the conversations that have ensued previously this evening relative to what people have paid in and what they have not paid in. But that would be at the discretion of the board to put forward stipulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Larson. Director Arcuri.
Thank you. The first question I'd like to ask is actually a request. When you're working with these different municipalities, could you please request that snow removal be part of the deal around their bus stop? The part of town I live in, I think I probably need to walk about a half mile to get to a bus stop. And there are many times in the winter when I haven't done this, because especially the day after it snows, if a lot of people already walked in that snow, it's very icy. So I'm going to avoid those bus stops. And then I just end up driving to a park and ride or a light rail station, which of course I don't want to do if it's snowing either. So please include snow removal in your discussions. Similar to what Director Arusha has mentioned, if a stop is removed or a whole route is eliminated, to just keep a bus stop sign there is very confusing for a potential rider. Okay, we don't really know what that means if there's still something standing there and then nothing happens. Also, is it possible to work out with the local partners? Is there a way that this bus stop could be repurposed somehow? Especially if something gets upgraded to standards, you've got a lot of nice things there, maybe a light, maybe a couple benches. And if the route gets eliminated, can some of those amenities still remain there to be used by other people, perhaps if it's close to a park, for example? Also now, if we were to add new routes or new stops, how do we make sure that whatever is built there for a stop does meet the current standards? I would like to know that. And then lastly, I think we need to be able to budget for this. So I don't know what the lifespan of a bus stop is. I don't know, but if it's like 7 years or something, just as an example, when we make a budget request, I think we need to consider how is this going to look year after year in terms of keeping these updated rather than let them deteriorate as they have now. Let's just not ask for money to get things up to standard and then 10 years from now, a future board and a future RTD is left with this problem again to deal with. Thanks.
Thank you for the comments. Director Harwick has conceded his place in line. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. I have many, many questions, but I'll hit you up for a meeting instead of asking them now. Two very quick things. First off, the bus stops on page or slide 12 in the images look really, really awesome. And I don't know if that's just a computer-generated hypothetical or if you guys are thinking about they're really tiny in the image, but they have like a QR code in them and they look much bigger than the ones that, and I was just going to say that if there's anything going on to redesign our bus stops in line with what's depicted on slide 12, please count me as a supporter because I think that more visible and again, with something like a QR code would be amazing. The question I have for you guys and sort of question statement, there's an item that has been in our queue and on the work plan since like January to look at collaboration between the agency and businesses around improving cleanup and to basically improving the infrastructure at stops, and that was going to come up next month, and I think it's going to come up in September instead. And I was wondering, have you guys explored beyond the sort of adopt a stop program that we have right now, any more advanced relationships with, the many, in my district, pretty much every major bus stop is in front of some business. Finding a way to work with those entities to take care of some of the concerns around, amenities and cleanup and that kind of thing.
Any response?
I want to just acknowledge that several directors have asked several questions that we are capturing and we can follow up with responses on. So I just wanted to make sure that didn't get lost, and you've mentioned a few already, but certainly part of implementation. Yeah, go ahead, GM CEO Johnson. I was just going to say that yes, we have had some preliminary conversations with partners on some of those creative partnerships to maintain stops and relationships with business districts, and that certainly is part of the conversations we would have as in the implementation framework. The only other thing I was going to very quickly say that covers a lot of what you said is I do want to say that a lot of the jurisdictions within this region, CDOT, the cities, it's not that no one cares that their bus stops are not up to the standards that we would all want. Many of them do have programs or desires to have consistency, and I think one of the opportunities we have here is to provide them with kind of a coherent set of standard guidance that will help them achieve some of them are willing to make the investments and are just waiting for kind of that regional leadership that I think we can provide.
Thank you. Director Guzman's got a real quick one, and I think we're done.
Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you for the work. Staff has done a great job here. For my fellow directors, I have had a bus stop that I've been working on for almost 2 years, 2 full years in Denver, gone through the planning process, plans were approved, contractor didn't do what they were supposed to do, delayed it 1.5 years till the city took over and caused a lot of consternation. So this is not easy to fix, and it should have been a slam dunk with the contractor being paid to do sidewalk work through a big development project on a major runway, right, of 2 different bus routes that come from the north end of Denver into downtown. So there should have been no mistake there, but there was, and it can be delayed. So while we're talking about sequencing, I think it's important to ground ourselves in some reality, which is that this work cannot happen quickly, because as soon as you think it's done, and it's happened all over my district with different developments from Sun Valley to having to deal with issues out on the east side in the Colton, Whittier, and Clay neighborhoods. The requirements that are currently in place for what we are doing do require a specific set of leadership and a lot of attention when they're going in. So beyond just accessibility for regular sidewalks, in any jurisdiction, this is going to be a problem. Buses cannot stop at those stops. I'm going to say that again. The buses may not stop at those stops if they are not adequate. And if they fail the percentage of the grade, if the 5 by 8 feet is not met, if anything is wrong with it that doesn't meet it, once the reconstruction and development has been done, we cannot serve those stops until it's fixed and remedied, which also explains the legacy issue of these posts in the ground versus actually developing full-blown bus stops on routes where they would be really helpful. So I only offer that as advice for those of you that are going to be continuing this work into 2028, that as you do this work, if there's anybody that comes to you with a cool idea to do this in a week, laugh and tell them no, and then make them come and talk to our people to understand what the real cost and the real time frame should look like, so you understand the commitment that's being made as we reroute and deviate our bus routes to accommodate this type of construction, because it puts a lot of people out and they get real angry real quick and hold on to it until it's done.
Thank you, Director Guzman. Thank you, team. That was an excellent presentation. Sorry you're on a tough night, but hopefully we got enough comments for you to come back and get some responses. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 7:58 for the main show. Jillian, and Jack. We don't start, they won't sit down. Yeah, you guys start it, we're gonna get this thing moving. I'm at 7:58. Okay, we are coming back in as promised at 7:58. I'm gonna give just a second for everyone to come in here, although this would be a great time to go over the unanimous consent calendar. Nothing will get pulled off. Hey, everyone, we are back in session and online. Okay. The next item on our agenda is the unanimous consent calendar. I am asking if there's anybody who would like to make an adjustment to the unanimous consent calendar and pull anything off. I'm going to give this just a second longer. I am giving one last chance for anybody who would like to pull something off the unanimous consent agenda. Okay, that's why we were aiming for a 7:58. Okay, what would you like to pull?
I could either just ask questions about the strategic plan or pull it off and we have a discussion.
You have to pull it off.
I'll pull it off.
Okay, thank you. Can't see who's over there. Is that Ty Shrey? Okay. Ty Shrey, you got that. Is there anything else on the unanimous consent calendar? Director Geisinger? Okay, thank you. Okay, anything else? Going once, going twice? Okay. That is a unanimous consent, so we are, do I have to, I forget, Jack, do I have to take an actual vote?
Yeah, you do just need to see if anyone is opposed.
Is there anybody opposed? No. Seeing none, we will move.
Oh, hold on.
Yep.
Sorry, and I apologize, I was late, but we did not actually get a motion, Ty Shrey informs me. So just a
okay.
motion
Yeah,
to
yeah.
approve the consent agenda.
Bouquet's a mover? Second. Gutschner is a second. Okay, now we have it. We will pull the two items from Director Benker and Director Geisinger. Anybody opposed to the rest of the items? Seeing none, we'll move on to, those are passed, and we'll move on to recommended action. First item is the 21 through 26 strategic plan extension. Director Benker, can I have a motion, please, and a second?
So moved.
Bouquet? Do I have a second? Nicholson, second, okay. And we will go to Director Benker for her discussion on the recommended action.
Oh, I was assuming our CFO would be leading this discussion.
Well, you might want to do an intro on why you pulled it off the calendar, and then they can address questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, are we talking then strategic planning?
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I misinterpreted. The reason why is a couple things. One, I have a question as to whether or not we've already appropriated funding for the strategic plan to go forward and make changes. If we, where does that stand? So that's one question. Are we paying a company to do this, even though we're going to extend the plan for 2 more years? Because I know we've all got appointments now with a firm where they're going to be asking us questions about strategic plan.
Okay.
Excuse me, CEO?
GMCO
Deborah?
Johnson?
Yes, thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Director Benker, for the question. So in relation to this, where it stands is that previously this was brought to this body where you all authorized me to engage and do a scope of work, and we went through with that solicitation, quite naturally recognizing the upcoming departure of me in my stead. recognizing that there's a myriad of things that are happening. We had already engaged and entered into a contractual agreement with the entity. And so keeping in mind, those monies have already been, allocated out of this year's budget, and we are working with said consultant as we move forward. What this does is provide some elements for the successor to the position that I currently hold, be in a better state as we talked at the Performance Committee relative to leveraging this as we go forward. And it was unanimously approved by that body. And so that's where we currently sit.
So my question then really is, the amount of money that we're paying this company, is it to produce the full brand-new strategic plan or just to get some additional input, and is the cost the same? Or can we?
If you give me a quick moment, I'm trying to find the board report so I can reference it. So basically where it stands is what the intent is to provide a strategic planning framework that outlines the intended structure, themes, and components. As I shared during the course of the Performance Committee, when questions similarly were posed, when I came into this organization, we did not have a strategic plan. Spent some time trying to get up to speed, assessing what would be most prudent, and this will be used as a framework, recognizing that the general manager and CEO would be working in partnership with this body to advance a strategic direction for the organization, and they won't be starting blindly like I did and taking a year plus to get to where they need to be.
Right, but my question is a finance question. Are we spending the same dollar amount?
Yes, we are, because we are spending relatively the same amount of money. I don't have it at the ready, but we are not adding additional dollars to do this as we move forward relative to what actually is being produced. So there should be some kind of cost savings attributed to that. I don't have that at the ready.
Okay, because I would assume since we're not going forward with the full study or with the full plan, we're only doing a small amount, talking and getting comments from the board, that we're going to have savings there.
If I may,
MCO Johnson.
yes, thank you. So it's not just the board, it's engaging with staff here at the organization as well. So there may not be a full-blown board retreat and things of the like, so there will be some cost savings there, but it's still engaging with staff. And so there is going to be some kind of, reduction, but in the sense of having a framework moving forward in whatever this body decides.
Okay, one other point that I just wanted to make, it's not really a question. When this current strategic plan that we have, and actually I brought it with this one here, when it was put together, it was done primarily during COVID, and so many things have changed, including, I've gone through this a couple of times looking for how can we, and set as our plan, our goal to increase ridership. And even though I know we've got finance problems and all that good stuff, I still think there are some strategies that we can pursue to try to increase ridership. Some of it's very low cost, some of it's no cost. But I'd love to see a ridership plan, and there's nothing in here about increasing ridership. And then even some of the goals that they have for finance, I found them to be not very targeted, not really relevant. Some of them are not even relevant for where we are right now with our finances. So, I will go ahead and I'll support, postponing doing the plan, letting it carry over for another 2 years. But I will say it does not reflect what I would like to see RTD move forward with. But, it seems like we're sort of standing in place for a little while until we get a new CEO, and then that person, whoever will be coming into our agency to lead, it's going to take that person a while too to get their feet on the ground and try to figure out, what our strategy should be. So actually, I would prefer we go forward with a new strategic plan, but I don't want to rock the boat at this point. So I will vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Banker. Second Vice Chair Gutenritter,
Yeah,
and
Direct-
Performance Committee Chair on this purpose.
Director Banker, I just wanted to call out, this direction was really asked for by Chair O'Keefe and myself. We were the ones really pushing for this and thought that this made the most sense, so, yes.
And now I want to make sure I got it straight. We have encumbered the money for the contract, right, once it's executed, but we will save the cash. Was that the point?
That was the point.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else like to be recognized? Seeing none. Is there anybody opposed? Seeing none? Okay, we'll go unanimous on that one. Thank you. Next item is high volume event service pilot. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Bouquet and Banker as the second. Director Geisinger, you asked for this off. Would you like to be recognized first?
Thank you, Chair, and I have kind of a same situation as Director Banker did on the last one, which is that I have concerns, but I'm not sure. I feel like I'm late in raising them here. I think this idea has merit. I think developing that relationship with the Broncos, and I think bringing new people to transit ridership, there's a lot of promise. I don't really understand why we would start it this year. It seems to me like doing it closer to a ballot issue and doing it once we've had more time to really talk to the Broncos about it and get it planned out so that we're not asking for volunteers for preseason and things like that would make a lot more sense. But I guess I'm feeling like that maybe that's not the popular idea, so I won't rock the boat.
Secretary Nichols, I think actually Director Guzman has his hand up first. Oh, Secretary Nicholson.
Thank you. I guess I just want to say that I have many of the same concerns that Director Geisinger has, but I also have heard nothing but unbelievably positive sentiment from voters about this. And there's a point at which I say, well, I don't necessarily think eating chocolate is good, but if you really want it, I think that the public has made it really, really clear they really, really want this, and that we should do it for that reason.
Director Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had an opportunity to meet with some of the operations staff today and discuss a few of these items, and I think it's really important that we recognize this did not come from staff. This is under the board's direction. I have a couple of concerns that I tried to raise in an ineloquent way the last time, so I'll try to be more concise this time. We still have an issue about getting to the stadium. 2 hours before and up to 45 minutes after, which is what's expected through this plan, without having a place to alight and egress, we do not have access currently. So it is a bit slipshod, this movement to get this done currently. Does that mean it cannot be done in time? Probably not. It's going to take a lot of work. But the directors that brought this forward, as much as I appreciate it, I still have to say for the community that I represent, and having lived near the stadium most of my life, I understand some of the problems that we will face if we don't get answers and get answers quickly about how we will have 88 buses hanging out at the stadium during a game. The fact that the union hasn't had any say on this, and it will be reliant on volunteers, which leads to pecking order in the union and time served and who is available for what, could cause some problems. The cost of this is, on the fiscal note part, well undervalued. I believe that we should probably be looking around, I'm looking at Director Rusha for some confirmation, somewhere around $2.1 million as a base to be able to do this, because we're not including additional safety and security measures, the cleanliness of the buses, and the cost of paying for our employees to be there. Not having certainty with the parking lot and where we will put buses is a problem. Federal and Decatur is unsafe to cross from a pedestrian point of view, and quite difficult on game days when traffic is being diverted and rerouted. So that really puts everything back onto the trains. And as much as I love our light rail, and I want to always speak positively about all the work we've done there, I don't know that they can absorb this without having the bus part figured out. It puts an additional pressure onto potentially the Platte Division to host the buses while the game is going on until we can get them back in, which means that we have to have certain agreements with the City and County of Denver, Denver Police Department, and the stadium, whether that is in Power Field at Mile High or the Broncos as a group or a collective partner with this, to be able to get people on a bus somewhere that is safe for passengers to board and alight from a bus for the game. And so I want to be really careful with this. I do think we're moving too fast. On one hand, I am supportive of trying to do something new, and I understand the bias towards action here. However, I think it's poorly thought out at this point, coming from us as a directive to our staff, and we have put a ton of additional work onto their daily schedules in order to be able to do this. So to that end, I would like to say thank you to the operations team that we met with today, which included Mr. Carter from Service Planning, and I don't have all the last names in front of me, so forgive me, but Tegan, Kelsey, and our COO, Patrick Preuser, who have been really working hard and diligently on trying to make this plan something realizable. But I also think that we need to take a second look at this before we move forward, and it may not be the right time to do so. So I'm going to stand in that truth, and I'm not going to be worried about whether that makes me popular or not. But I am also going to urge caution on this vote, because given the timing and the need to do this now, because of the contracts with the union and the ability for them to vote on what happens, the first 3 games are 100% reliant on goodwill and volunteerism from our staff, who may end up working a 6th or 7th day to get this done. And I don't think that that is a good idea, and I don't think that that's the best way for us to proceed. We should probably slow down and maybe figure out another way to get this done. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Guzman. Director Rusha.
Thank you, sir. So to echo my colleagues, we are potentially eliminating the 228. And last year, we, curbed access to AOD and increased prices to save a couple $1 million. And we have had some cuts and will continue to have cuts, and some of our staff might lose their jobs. I think this is really bad optics. Numbers aside, I think this is just bad optics, and it's just not the right time. We might have different constituencies. My constituents are not begging for Broncos ride. They have asked me, why are you cutting service and, launching a new service for the haves, not the have-nots? And I think that, we're not going to lose at a ballot initiative if we don't do Broncos ride. But we might lose if people think we can't manage money. And that's something that we need to consider, because once we do this, we can't go back. So, and to that end, even if, Mr. Preuser can do some accounting voodoo and figure out how to find this $2 million for a service we didn't budget for, it's going to come out of next year's budget too. And we already know we're in the hole. For sure. There's no doubt, right? So even if we don't cut a service or lose a job this year because of this action, I have a feeling it will come around by next March. And so I just want us to, consider that. I will be a no tonight for that reason. And I'm sorry to call on, if I can, Mr. Chair, call on Mr. Kroll. I just wanted to briefly discuss that fiscal note and some of the modeling. And I don't mean to pick on Mr. Kroll, but as Director Guzman noted, I had also looked at the math, and I suggested it's actually a higher fiscal note, maybe up to 2.1 million. I just want to explain and see if Mr. Kroll had any feedback. So in the original fiscal note, we did not consider security or other staff like supervisors, which is part of the plan, but we didn't have the numbers for that yet, right? It's part of the February plan. Additionally, the ridership modeling was based on, the number is based on 100% ridership, and that ridership number is a 40% increase than what Broncos Ride ever got in ridership. So when you factor in the additional staff costs and the fact that we're going to need a range, right? We might only get 1/4 of the projected riders, which would still be very strong and almost competitive to the old Broncos ride. And like a 15% differential, which is pretty standard when you're budgeting and you've got unknowns. We really are looking at 2.1. So I wanted to give, if it's okay, Mr. Chair, give Mr. Kroll a chance to speak to that, because I think we actually need to amend this and amend the fiscal note, because we're giving authority to staff to spend money outside of our budget. So $1 million, $2 million is, I mean, that's a degree of magnitude, but like that is actually, that's a big difference. They can only spend what we give them the authority to spend, and we need to make sure that we've got the cushion in the budget if we move forward, so that they can do what they need to do. So
Mr. Kroll, can you answer that?
I'd be happy to share a few thoughts and then defer to the general manager and her team. Just the 1.68 million, where that number comes from is from the materials that were produced and provided to the board last fall by staff. If you look at that plan as well as the presentation, cost estimates were provided for a myriad of different scenarios that staff had proposed for providing high volume event service. And the 1.68 million is strictly taken from the presentation and the cost that staff indicated would be for the Broncos, additional high-volume event service for home Broncos games included in that report. The information regarding fares comes from a table on, I believe, page 52 of that report, which I then disaggregated working with staff and having intense conversations and back and forth as to what that right number would be. And on page 52, there's a table that estimates all of the fare revenue from all plans if the board adopted all low-tier service plans for high-volume events. I know that's a little clunky, so I had to go into that with staff's assistance and pull out the numbers of the revenue that's indicated there. I think it's around 11.6 million. Sorry, I'm operating off of memory here. And the portion of that that's attributable to Broncos ride is the 497 that's listed in the packet. However, you'll note in that fiscal note that it does indicate that that assumes full ridership, so that number could be less. But to Director Rucha's point, those are where those numbers come from, and I would be happy to defer to General Manager and CEO Johnson and her team if they wanted to provide any additional insights on how those numbers were developed.
GMCO Johnson, do you have anything you want to add?
Mr. Chair, I will ask CEO Preußer to address the question that was posed by Director Rucha. Thank you.
CEO Preußer.
Yep, thank you very much. Patrick Preußer, Chief Operations Officer. As Mr. Kroll has pointed out, all of the estimates are included in the high volume events plan. We can certainly provide any additional more detailed information on how we arrived at those estimates, but I would emphasize that those are just estimates.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, quick follow-up, yeah.
Thank you. So in the plan, if you look at it's Appendix B in the packet from committee, it specifically says that security and supervisor staff are not included in the chart below, and it looks like the chart below is what was, used to calculate partially like this number. So it's referenced, but it's not accounted for. And also just on the ridership question, it would be great if we got almost 10,000 new riders every single game that we ran special service for, new riders, right? But that's not likely to happen, and we always have like a range. So I guess the question is, does staff have an objection if we change this to up to 2.1 million, just recognizing that we don't have full costs yet and we might not get 100% attendance? I understand you don't have an exact number. I'm just becoming that fiscal note director. Thank you.
I guess what I would offer to that point is that the amount that we're discussing today is an unbudgeted amount. So whether it's 1.6 million or 2.1 million, That is still, ultimately, staff will have to go back and identify savings to cover those costs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Preußer. I'm going to go to Director Busick, then Nicholson, then Banker, and then Akuri, I think is how I got it.
Thanks,
go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to Director Rusha for commenting on the tone-deaf nature of this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks to Director Busick. Director Nicholson.
I guess I would just say, you know, I don't know how good my hearing is, but I think I hear the tone of the public's interest on this pretty clearly. And people have been singing about this since before I even decided to run for the board. It doesn't help my district at all because we're too close to the stadium to get any Broncos ride within District A. But I am 100% certain that, you know, it'll be a chorus of angels come football season when we see how much people enjoy being able to take RTD to the stadium the way that they used to.
Thank you. Treasurer Banker.
Okay, thank you very much. A couple of numbers going back to estimates. First of all, I did check currently, as of January through April, we are underspending this year's budget by about $70 million. That clearly could change, could also go up, quite frankly, because of course I think we all know we got an email from our CEO just recently saying that we no longer, there were 40 vacant positions that were eliminated and there were another 40 employees that were laid off. So you're talking 80 positions that are now open, and that's going to save at least $10 million, and so go from there in terms of numbers. One of my questions would be, and there's no urgency here either, I would be very curious. We ran the Broncos ride for 50 years. When we ended it, what was the fare amount that we had? You probably don't have that number now, but if someone could get back to me, I'd be very curious to see what the fare was. I know when the estimate was being put together as to how much we were going to be including in fares, I believe Mr. Kroll or whoever prepared the report was assuming that we would keep the fare at $2.75. I would hope that sometime next year, not now, but sometime next year, we would recoup more from our fare revenue to help cover the cost. I can't see it. $5.25 each direction. Thank you. Thank you. AI is amazing, isn't it? 10 for a round trip, okay, and now we're paying $2.75 times 2. So quite frankly, you can almost double the amount of revenue that was estimated. The other point that I wanted to make is that I'm hoping that we're going to be bringing to the board in July a supplemental, which will take a look at where we are in this year's budget and make some adjustments, because as we all know, over the past couple of months, we've been we have approved a number of contracts and other items that need some adjustments, so we know where we stand. So I'm looking forward to a budget amendment, a supplemental that will bring back, I understand we used to do supplementals a couple of years ago, and I'd like to bring that back so everybody knows where we are now in this year's budget, because it's going to set us up for next year's budget. And then just going back to the Broncos ride. You know, I'll tell you, I've only been to one game, and it was a lot of fun, but it's incredibly popular. It was incredibly popular. And I agree with Director Nicholson that, you know, if we were to announce that we were going to initiate the Broncos ride again, I think it would be well received. We would get positive press, which we could certainly use right now. And I think it would bring in some new customers, which we also desperately need. So with that, I would urge a yes vote. Let's give this a try. Let's do something that folks want and get excited about. And I think we can manage the cost because we've got a lot of options in front of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Banker. I've got Director Curie, and then I'll go to Director Guzman.
Thank you. I have recently spoken to over 400 people in my district, and you can probably guess why. I'm in Southwest Jefferson County. Yeah, being able to get to a Bronco game is very, very popular. So I am in support of this issue, definitely. And I'm not even a really big football fan, so. I do have some questions, though, about the numbers, and I realize they're just estimates. And I don't expect an answer right now, Mr. Preußer or Mrs. Johnson, but I'm just going to put, or maybe even Mr. Kroll. But I just took some notes a couple days ago when I was reading this. On page 192, it looks like the cost is 1.7 million. Page 202, it looks like the cost is 1,681,567. I'm assuming those are the same number, actually. On page 121, and I hope I took my notes properly, highlighted in the color yellow, it looks like costs are 3,486,851. And then on page 153, there's something about revenues being 2.7 million, expenditures being 8.7 million, and then net would imply a cost of 5.971 million. And maybe I'm not comparing apples to apples, but I'm just a little confused on exactly what we think.
Mr. Kroll, I think you have an answer on the,
Yeah, on your last chart there that you raised, the last numbers, those are all aggregated. So what I was mentioning earlier is those are all of the low-tier services that could have been provided across the plan. The plan contemplated more than just service to Denver Broncos home football games. And so when you're, the numbers you're listing there, yep, those are, is all of those. And then, yes.
I'm sorry, Director Benker, you've got to use the microphone so we get it captured.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. And then on page 120, what does the 3.486 million represent, please?
I'm assuming, again, it's aggregated. Yeah.
Okay. Director Guzman?
I want to make a motion to amend, please, to begin the service for the year 2027, 2028.
Okay.
It'll give us time to get out the announcements, to ensure that we have access to the stadium, that all the necessary communications are done in proper order, and we can have a solid plan with better numbers that come back to us properly to be able to make this decision. And it still meets the need of the public's cry, according to some of the directors, to provide the service, which is okay. But I think it would be better to do it next year. So I move that, to
So
move
you
it
have a
27,
motion, do I
28.
have a second?
I'll second.
Geisinger's the second. Any other discussion on this motion? Okay, my concern, I'll get you in a second, Director Pagliari, I thank you. So we could, this has a danger of, we're 2.5 months from regular season starting, and there seem to be a lot of major questions unanswered, and I am very supportive of this service, but we could really turn a bad thing or a good thing into a bad thing quickly if we do not have a good plan. And so I'm not sure how I feel about this vote, but I do think that we need staff to come back to us in July and let us know if we are not getting the answers, like little things like where are we parking the buses and how are people going to move back and forth from there, seem like major questions that if we don't get an answer for soon, I'm not sure we can do this. We've started to rebuild goodwill with our major event service. One day of leaving people standing and not having a ride home or something will eviscerate that. And I think this is a really important thing to reinstitute. People have different value that they see in RTD. Some people see going downtown to go out. That's great. They pay taxes for us. That's the value they see. Some people need transit to get to and from work. That's the value they see. So I don't think we can criticize the importance of this to taxpayers in this district, because those people are entitled to difference of opinion. I am concerned about the major issues not being answered right now, and I'm really worried about us rapidly degrading some goodwill that we've gotten so far. Secretary Nicholson, and then
So I'm just going to be real frank about this. Director Banker brought this policy forward in December of last year. So it will be, I think that's an 8-month, 9-month lead time between when that policy passed and when we would be running service for the first time. If we can't pull that off, then we deserve the scorn that we will get for being unable to do it. And I mean us here, because we're the ones responsible for this. I have every faith in our staff, every faith that we have the ability, if we make this a priority, to run these buses effectively. No question. And if I didn't, then yeah, I'd be a no. And I'd agree with Director Guzman, we should punt it. But I have every faith that we can get this done. And I mean, I guess my question would be to COO Pricer, can you get this done if we say yes tonight?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to
Johnson.
address the question, just because of myriad of different issues, who will be here and who will actually have to implement this service.
thank you.
And I would be remiss to state, while I appreciate the faith in staff, staff can't do this independently because we need partners. The issue that was broached relative to where we park the buses are real. We have had this issue. I've been dealing with the city and county of Denver in previous seasons whereby we were exploring this. We still need answers. So I just wanted to ensure for the record, regardless of asking the chief operations officer currently if this could be done, there's a myriad of other factors that have to be taken into consideration. I just wanted to get that on record. Thank you.
Thank you, GMCO Johnson. Director Banker.
Once again, we've done this for 50 years. We're not reinventing anything. We're just going forward. We're working with the Broncos right now. I would like to see this as being part of our partnership. Clearly, they're asking us for an awful lot for their new stadium. And I think going to them, proposing Broncos Ride sort of as an entree into their new stadium and working with transit and seeing how valuable it is, and getting cars off the road and making customers happy and bringing in new customers. Again, this isn't rocket science. This is something that we do. This is our job. In fact, I think one of our speakers said something, I like the analogy about Denver Water cutting back on their water because they're trying to save money. We're sort of doing the same thing. Our job is to provide transit and to get cars off the road and improve the environment and to bring in more customers and make them happy. I would urge a no vote on this amendment. I think we can go forward and I think we can do a good job. I would trust our staff because, again, we've done this. 50 years we have this experience.
I've taken Broncos Ride, and I do remember that the buses were parked close to the stadium, and that is not available to us for parking any longer. Is that correct? So we have a change of circumstances that is real, and I am inclined to oppose the amendment, but I would like not a lot of public discussion until we have these answers, because if we don't have the answer to the question, we are not going to. I think it would be so dangerous to just hope that when we don't meet in August, we will have, July is our last say for an official board meeting. And I stood in one of those crowds last year before we adjusted our train frequency. And those people were not saying nice things about RTD because they had the service. People were mad. And we had people at a Coldplay concert that were left on a platform with no ride home. So I don't think this is a do it and without any question. I think there are a lot of major questions that have to be answered. I want to keep it, I would be very interested in keeping it alive, but I do think we need an honest assessment of where we stand in July, and we need to be prepared to delay this. So that's kind of my feeling. Director Geisinger?
Just quickly, this seems to me like a win-win. If we can go out to the world and say, we're bringing back the Bronco Ride in 2027. But I have the same concerns that.
Later on this fall, I think there's also just an opportunity with a longer lead time to really lean into the space of wrapping the buses and trains and really turning this into like a full-on Broncos ride. Not saying vote yes, vote no. I'm just saying, like, with more time, I do think there's an opportunity to add further dimension to this experience.
Okay, any other comments on the amendment? Okay, I'm going to assume we want to vote on it. So this is the Guzman amendment to the underlying action to delay starting at till 2027. Director Arcuri? A yes, no delays it, just to be clear.
Yes.
Director Banker?
No.
Director Bouquet?
Yes.
Director Busick?
Yes.
Director Chandler?
No.
Director Geisinger?
Yes.
Director Guchenritter?
No.
Director Guzman?
Yes.
So nice alteration pattern you guys have going. Director Harwick?
No.
Director Larson, don't break the pattern.
Yes.
Director Nicholson?
No.
Director Pagliari? It looked like we lost him.
No.
He's a no. Okay. Director Rusha?
Yes.
Director Whitmore? No. And I am a no with the request that we also reevaluate this in July. So I've got 3, 6, 7 yeses and 8 noes. So the motion fails. We're back to the underlying high volume event. Question, is there any final comments on that anybody has? Director Rusha?
Thanks. I just, so earlier I mentioned the ridership projections. They're very generous. They are like, it's again a 8% increase from actual Broncos ridership. But if I look at staff's math and accept the fiscal note as is, that means we're looking at the minimum, a cost per rider of almost $16. If we did Director Rusha's math, it's more like $30-something. So I just want to note this doesn't meet our existing policy in terms of like service standards and planning. It's going to be quite expensive relative to what we're doing. And I was going to make an amendment saying this would be predicated on like the 50% local match, which is also policy. I feel like that amendment might just fail based on what happened. But again, I just want to offer that, you know, we do have a board policy that requires a local match, and we don't have that. It may or may not come to fruition, but some project, you know, or route or something else we have in our budget will end up paying for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Rusha. Any other final comments? Director Guzman?
I'll make one real quick. With respect to allocating money for unfunded services like this and unplanned services, I find it amusing that we think we have extra money in the budget. Last year, we did painstaking work in the Finance Committee to ensure that we had a budget laid out for a full year. A full year. And just because some line item in that budget was not called upon in the first quarter or the first trimester of the year, should not let anybody believe that that money's not going to come due in the second or third trimester of the year or in the latter quarters of the year. And so we need to be very careful about what we're talking about when we say we have utilized line items in the budget. I think that was the warning that CFO Mackey gave us. She also gave us good news that there was that going on in the budget, and so that needs to be determined. I do agree with the treasurer that we need to have a current update to that information, but I also think it's just a good cold realization that numbers were laid out in a way that would help us through an entire year, and to be short-sighted about where we're at with that less than halfway through the year at this point, with numbers that tend to trail 1 to 2 months behind before we have accurate numbers on things. It's continues to be a short-sighted policy, and I would urge a no vote on this. I think it's a really bad idea, and it's going to put us into a pickle one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and vote. This is on the underlying action for the high-volume events. Director Arcuri? A yes is to move it forward.
Move forward the original. Yes.
Director Banker,
Yes.
Director Bouquet,
Yes.
Director Busick,
No.
Director Chandler,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
No.
Director Guchenritter,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
No.
Director Harwick,
Yep.
Director Larson,
No.
Director Nicholson.
Go Broncos, yes.
Thank you for the approved for all audiences, yes. Director Pagliari,
Yes.
Director Rusha,
Nope.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
I'm a yes. That is 5 noes and 9 yeses. It passes. I would immediately like to note that this should be on the agenda, an update on where we are with questions like where we're parking buses, how they're going to move back to the stadium in the middle of post-game traffic, and how we're going to handle the safety and security around it based on what you've been able to do over the next month. I want to believe you can do it, but I think we need to be ready to say that we don't have a sound enough plan to go forward. That's my opinion. Would take another vote to undo it. I'm not asking for that, but I think, the other way I look at it is we've had 8 months to find out where to park the buses, and we haven't found a spot that's acceptable yet. I'm very worried about this becoming a bad thing, but I'm very willing to let it go forward for another 30 days. Thank you. GMCO Johnson.
Yes, just point of clarification, recognizing that the board has taken action on this quite naturally, it would be incorporated into the service changes, as we do have to do our run cutting and things of the like, and ensure that we can bring this to fruition. So with that as a backdrop, are you requesting a separate item that then will be a tangent to the overarching service change, just so there's no confusion about what the direction is?
An update on where we are with the overall questions. I don't know that it needs to be an action, but it could become that at the meeting.
But point of clarification, what I'm seeking, sir, is that recognizing this would be part of the service change, if it's not incorporated into the service change, we will not have available personnel to deliver said service. So it needs to be incorporated in, and more to the point, it will be part of the transit equity analysis. So what I'm asking is there a separate item contingent upon having questions asked? Would there then be an extrapolation of that item from the service change document that would come forward?
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
thank
it's
you.
not clean.
Thanks.
Secretary Nicholson.
I guess from my perspective, what I would want is just, an email from you at some point between now and end of July saying, we can't get this done, and we need to take it out of the service chain. Like, those are the two possibilities. Either we can get it done in a way that the agency will accept, and this is how we're going to do it, or we can't get it done, and we need to take it out of the service change because we can't get it done. I'm agnostic to what gets brought forward, but I think if whatever gets brought forward at the July meeting should be based on whether or not you and your team feel like they can do this. That's where I sit on this one.
GMCO Johnson.
Mr. Chair, I would strongly encourage us to take this to the committee process as we typically do. If there needed to be an adjustment made prior to bringing the final document before the full body, I believe that's the most prudent course of action. I would not recommend that policy decisions be made via email, because where is that a record?
Yeah, to be clear, I think it should go back to the committee
Thank you.
as an update and then for the full board. Okay, we are on to the budget. I don't know how to differentiate between these two items right now. Jack, can you explain what the first one is? I'm sorry, I've forgotten.
That's okay. So it's a little bit complicated because we had two very similar items, at least in their titles. The way the agenda is built is we always build the agenda based off of which committee comes first. And so the first item is for the Board of Directors to authorize the GM CEO to advance deeper financial modeling and inclusion in the 2027 proposed budget on the following tactics: legislative reforms for additional revenue, refinancing opportunities, and labor expense changes. And this was the item approved by the Finance and Planning Committee at its meeting on June 9th.
Thank you for reminding me of that. Can I have a motion and a second, and then we can open discussion?
I move the recommended action from the Finance Committee.
Banker. And Rush is a second. Okay, we now, Chair Banker, do you want to say any comments before?
Before we ask our CFO, Mackey, to come forward. We had a very good discussion, long discussion. What we did is we went, I wanted to hear everyone's thoughts. And so I went around asking all of our committee members where they stood on some of these issues. At this point, in terms of ridership, and I know that's going to be coming up in the operations conversation that we're going to have shortly, our committee members, I think all of them, had said they wanted minimal service changes to be enacted in 2027. Some said 0, some said less than 5. I think one person who was not on our committee chimed in and wanted something a little bit higher. But we did have a good conversation on where we wanted to go with the budget for 27. We briefly talked about the capital budget, where we're going to set it. And also, we had a good debate, a good discussion on whether or not we should go forward with a fair revenue study. And my understanding is there might be a motion that is going to request our staff to add that to the recommended action. And so we will wait to see if there's an amendment put forth. And then CFO Kelly can go through any of the numbers if you want to talk about, especially some of the bond refinancing or refunding and some of the other items. But
Okay, thanks, Chair.
thanks.
Thank you, Chair Banker. GMCO Johnson, is there anything you want to say before we open it up to the directors?
Just for everyone's edification, while we talk about legislative reforms for additional revenue, what was not mentioned is the intent to bring before this body the draft legislative program that would basically instruct us by virtue of your action what would be incorporated. So I just wanted to be clear. I know some of you were present when that discussion ensued, and more to the point, recognizing I was waiting to see what came out of this meeting tonight, I will be sending a communique relative to what we're including, and then asking you all to, respond via email, and that will go forward to the executive committee in the July meeting cycle. Thank you.
Okay, if I could just follow up on that. I have also asked Mr. Kroll to put together some of the discussion that we've had previously from other folks that have chimed in with some suggestions for legislative changes. And so, I would also hope that we could work together, and hopefully if we move forward with a list of suggestions to bring to our key legislators, that the executive committee can agree and move quickly.
Thank you, Chair
Thank you.
Banker. Director Rusha.
Thank you, sir. So on the topic of furloughs, this is part of our request for modeling. Hi, it's me. I'm part of the problem. I've been pushing this because, obviously, when we're talking about layoffs, it's pretty common to say, can we do some furloughs instead? That being said, I just want to put on the record, because I've been pushing this, I've spoken to staff about this, and the feedback I got is that it would be really difficult. We'd essentially have to shut down like almost the whole agency and do it agency-wide. And even if we were able to figure this out, it might only result in a couple $1 million of savings. I also recognize that we have a lot of staff that are working, unpaid overtime, and they're working weekends and nights. And so if it is staff's recommendation that we, pull that one back, for logistics purposes, I think we should consider amending this and, taking out the furlough conversation. But if we move forward and we, do get this data, I would just like to ask my directors to just consider it might be a logistical nightmare, but also what that does to morale. We have a lot of staff that are working around the clock. I know when I was on furlough as a government employee, I still showed up to work. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Rusha. Director Busick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last month, I think it was last month, where CFO Mackey did a great presentation for us on all the different options and the economic impact to the agency in doing each of those things. And the two big ones were furlough employees, cut service. So this one is the furlough employee motion, and the next one will be cut service. This is kind of hypocritical of us coming on the tail of let's do Bronco Ride to get wealthy people to their very expensive football game tickets, and we're going to lay off employees and cut service. That's the tone deafness I'm talking about. The optics of that, very, very bad. I'll be a no vote on both of these, but thanks very much.
Thank you, Director Busick. Anybody else that would like to be? Director Larson.
I have an amendment that I would like to make to item F. I guess I'll talk about it a little bit and then try to do it. So I spoke to CFO Mackey about really trying to find out every possible option we could have to not have to reduce our core service. And from those discussions, she identified that there are some options that, at least as a board, we haven't discussed, which would require us to change our fiscal policy, probably in multiple ways to do, but I think they are options that we should at least look into more. Specifically, we would have the option potentially of financing upcoming bus purchases instead of buying them basically with cash. We also could potentially do a leaseback arrangement with the N-Line, which combined, these two options have the potential to create a situation where we could end 2028 with sufficient cash, even with not cutting any core service. And I think that this is something much like the modeling that we're asking to be done, that would need more detail, I think, for anybody to agree to it. But it's something I would strongly recommend we ask CFO Mackey and CEO Johnston to look into and provide us with as much detail as possible on these options. There's the downside. The biggest downside that I see of this would be that come 2029, should we not fail to pass a ballot measure, 2029 would probably be extremely painful in terms of service cuts. But I think it's something we should look into. That's all I'm asking for right now. And I think it is, as far as I can tell, probably the only way we could both potentially kind of balance the budget and not have to do service cuts with as far as I can tell, at least with a high level of confidence, or potentially a high level of confidence, depending on what CFO Mackey comes back with. So I would recommend that we get more information on this and add it to the item F.
Director Larson, can you just simply restate what the motion is for my feeble
Sure.
mind?
So the motion is that we add to item F, basically the action item, the recommended action, after the section where it talks about the modeling we want to be done, and include deeper investigation and explanation of the potential benefits and risks of using leasebacks or financing to preserve a cash balance necessary for ongoing operations through the end of 2028, particularly as they could relate to upcoming bus purchases and a leaseback program for the N-Line, and to estimate the amount of cash that could be obtained for ongoing operations via these means, to determine if sufficient cash could be obtained via these means to enable a scenario with 0% cuts to core service, in 27 and 28, while still finishing 28 with at least 200 million in unrestricted cash, and to identify what changes to the board's fiscal policy would be necessary to enable the agency to realize the potential benefits, and to forecast, at least do a plausible forecast on the amounts that would be in the operating reserve and FISA reserve if we, in a 0% service cut scenario, combined with the cash that could be realized from the leasebacks and bus financing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kroll, do you have enough context for that?
I have the whole text of it here because Director Larson circulated it to me in advance. I'm going to be a bit of a wet blanket here and though and just argue a bit of semantics here that because the primary concern Director Larson is asking to be modeled here relates to a 0% service cut, I do feel like this amendment would fit better under item G, which is the subsequent item that asks for the various modeling of service cuts. That's my 2 cents, and I'll leave it to the board to determine whether that's the appropriate course of action.
Okay, Treasurer Banker.
I would like to ask Director Larson if perhaps you could take your resolution and shorten it and just direct staff to bring back information about some of the items that you had mentioned, like, you know, what can we do with the end line if there's any ways that we can, you know, get revenue back from that, and not direct, you know, come back with information on this reserve and that reserve and 0%, but just direct staff to gather the information that we need to make a decision.
Do you, Director Larson, would you be willing to just have it be simply that leaseback options for new bus purchases and existing inline carriage assets, what would be the financial benefit of a leaseback proposal? Is that pretty much it?
Sure, if we need to make it shorter, that's fine.
But more for understanding.
Second. I'll second.
Okay, a second. Any other discussion? Wow, okay. Is there anybody opposed to putting this in as a research project? Okay, seeing none, it passes unanimously. The Larson Amendment, we're back to the underlying question. Chair Banker.
I would like to make a motion then to add in I guess it would be the 5th bullet under looking at deeper financial modeling and inclusion, but also include the words, a new bullet, pass and fare increases.
Okay, do I have a second? Second by Nicholson. Any discussion?
I guess I'd like to add just a few things. When we're asking for information about pass and fare increases, I'd like to be able to get some information on all the different fares and fees that we have. So it's not just let's do a 10% increase on everything, but to actually come back with some options on what should we do for airport, what should we do for EcoPass, Student Pass, give us some options. So basically at this point, it's just requesting information as to what kind of increase we could have, and also what kind of revenue it might generate, and we'll go from there next July, next July, and discuss it. Thank you.
Treasurer Banker, just I'm anticipating a question from staff that's going to say, you know, the universe of fare increases is very large. If there maybe is some specific things for them to do, it could be a long list of specific things, but I'm almost positive GMCO Johnson's going to say, which ones do you want us to analyze in the time we have?
Well, the most important one, of course, is our base fare, and we need information on whether or not we change it from the $2.75. I know that's going to be the major topic of discussion. I do want some information, though, about all of our fares. EcoPass, where are we right now? Student Pass, can we increase it? I guess I could say 10%, 15%, whatever it might be, to come back with some information on all of the fares that we have, not just the base fare.
Okay.
And quite frankly, some of that information was in the finance packet at the last item that we did not get to because our committee was going till 9:30, And so much of the information actually has already been prepared.
Okay, thank you. Director Arcuri and then Director Guzman.
Yeah, I was just going to echo what you last said, Karen. And as Ms. Mackey can attest to, she and her staff have done extensive, exhaustive work on gathering that information for us. And I think we can find what we need in what has already been provided to us.
Okay. Mr. Kroll?
Can you just restate the motion one more time, please, Director Banker?
I would like to add a fifth bullet that would just simply say pass and fare increases. And it's referring to deeper financial modeling, more information to be brought back to us
Okay, thank you.
in July.
Is that adequate, Mr. Kroll?
Yes.
Okay. Director Guzman, did you still want to be recognized?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I summarily frustrated by this amendment. I appreciate it, but it's already in the packet. It was what we discussed in Finance Committee, and I don't think we need to amend what we're voting on here to include it because it's already included. It's redundant at this point. We just need the information. And we got assurances on the record during the committee meeting that that would be one of the considerations brought back to the committee. So I hope we can vote this amendment and move on with the questioning that remains, because that doesn't seem to make any sense, that we would ask for it now, what, twice, maybe a third time? I don't know.
Thank you. Secretary Nicholson?
Yeah, so I guess just point of information, I believe that it was in the packet for the original F&P meeting, and then based on the discussion that took place at F&P, the FAIR study was taken out. And so that bullet point was removed from this item, and the idea here is essentially to put it back in and say, no, we would like to consider fare changes, fare increases as one of the options, and have staff look into it. And I completely agree with Director Banker. You know, I don't know that we're at a point where we need to greenlight a full-on fare study that'll take 18 months, but I want to have much more much more detailed ideas from staff and additional discussion that can start that process and maybe get us to a point where we say, oh yeah, we like this idea, let's study it. And I just worried if we took this out that we would get to a point where that would be off the table, so.
Okay. I have Director Risha and then Director Larson.
Thank you. So we didn't get to the question of a study in committee. We ran out of time. So I think this is just asking for what?
Little closer.
Oh, thanks. We didn't get to the study in committee. We ran out of time. So I think this is just information, like a memo, just so that, is that right? Okay. Okay. So we're kind of I think the motion is to undo what we did in finance. And I'm very exhausted. I'm becoming ambivalent at this point, but I just want to offer in our financial forecast that this board approved on a vote of 14-1, we do model a fare increase, and I believe that was like 20%. So I guess if this passes, it passes, but in the follow-up, not now, in the follow-up, we definitely need to make sure that we're clear with staff what more information that we need, like the timing, for example, of the fare increase and stuff like that, because it's already on the table in our financial forecast. Thanks.
Thanks. GMCO Johnson.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just a point of clarification. I believe Director Arcuri was speaking to this. So what was tabled in committee was all the work that staff did in conjunction to our consultant 49s, providing this information about the various costs and so forth. So I just wanted to state that for the record, because I'm getting a little confused myself relative to a fare study and equity analysis. We have information relative to different costs that the team did address pursuant to a request that we got earlier, and staff is prepared to go through that in July, recognizing the enormous amount of work that was done. I want to ensure they have the opportunity to present it so everybody is grounded in the assumptions that were made relative to the fares. keeping in mind it's a fair structure. So when we're talking about piecemeal, student fairs, EcoPass, semester pass, it's a package relative to fairs unless you're directing us to do something differently. So I just wanted to get that on record, so thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Tricia.
Yes, I agree with you. When I went back to the packet the other day and read the last item again that we did not have time to deal with, I do like the way it was broken out, 10% increase, 25% increase, and you did list them by different fare types. So that information looks like you already have it, but correct, it has not been officially presented to us. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Arcuri?
Well, not only has it not officially been presented to us, and I hope it will be, but when we made a motion, an official edict, shall we say, from the Finance and Planning Committee on what would be, what we requested staff to look into, formally, there was a discussion, and the portion of that motion that would have allowed fare increases to be part of what we were looking for was not approved.
Right. Was rejected.
Yes, it was rejected. That's a better word. Yes, and it was flat out rejected. I believe the intent tonight is to try to put that back in from the whole board. Yes. Even though Finance Committee did reject it, just so we're clear. Okay, thank you.
Director Geisinger?
I think that part of the discussion why people, and I was one of them, were concerned about moving forward, is that that is an expense in 2027 because that fair study and equity analysis is a very big process. We just did it, was it 2024? 2023. I'm okay with bringing it back to have it presented, but I think doing an analysis of all of it is a big deal. I'd like to see us look at the airport fares. I'd like to see us be very targeted if we do it, but you know, that's not helping 2027 for sure.
Director Larson?
I agree that fares should be part of the consideration. I do not think we should do or need to do or an extensive equity analysis to raise fares by a fixed amount, and that we should be looking at any fare changes that we consider as something that can go into effect January 1st, and that we need staff to provide us with a way for that, for an equity analysis that can fit within the timeline that we need to occur. And so, I think and, you know, and also we should only consider changes that will, you know, that lend themselves to that approach. If we're going to look at every different type of fare and everything, then I think that would drive the need for an extensive equity analysis. But if we can just do a simple across the board, evenly applied to everyone increase, I believe that it should not need a, you know, extended equity analysis to avoid any kind of regulatory action. And so I support pursuing, you know, adding fares back as a consideration.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move us to vote on this. Is there anybody opposed to the Benker amendment? Okay, we're going to.
Busick.
Okay. Director Arcuri, this is a yes vote to include the Benker amendment to insert fare increase at the reference spot in the underlying action.
Yes.
Okay. Director Benker.
Yes.
Director Bouquet.
I'm going to abstain. My apologies.
Director Busick.
No.
Director Chandler.
Yes.
Director Geisinger.
I'll be yes, but I'm going to be very tight about what it includes when we get to it.
Thank you. Director Gutierrez.
No.
Director Guzman.
No.
Director Larson.
Yes.
Director Nicholson.
Yes.
Director Pagliari? Okay, Director Rusha?
No.
Director Whitmore?
Yes.
And I am a yes. So we have one absent, we have an, 1, 2, 3, 4, let me just, I'm sorry, my handwriting's messy. 8 to 5 is the vote with 1 absent and 1 abstention. The motion passes. We're back to the underlying action from F&P. Is there anything else on that? Any other comments on that? Secretary Nicholson?
So just very briefly, I want to say, this has been really hard for me to understand. I'm not a numbers guy as much as I am a political guy. And I really appreciate the intense amount of work that CFO Mackey has put in to conversations with me and so many other board members, and really getting me at least to a point where I feel like I have my head wrapped around this, and it's probably one of the harder decisions I've ever had to make. And I really appreciate the amount of time that has taken and the willingness to put the time in. So thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Nicholson. Okay, we're going to go to a vote on the underlying action from, package from F&P. Director Arcuri.
Yes.
Director Banker.
Yes.
Director Bouquet.
Yes.
Director Music.
No.
Director Chandler.
Yes.
Director Geisinger.
Yes.
Director Guchenritter.
Yes.
Director Guzman.
No.
Director Harwick.
Yes.
Director Larson.
Yes.
Director Nicholson.
Yes.
Director Pagliari. Nope. Okay. Director Rusha. Okay. Director Whitmore.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That's 12 yeses, 2 noes, and 1 absent. So I'm going to just poll the group. We've got 15-minute, well, we've got about a half hour before we run into the next cart break. Does anyone have amendments that they're bringing for the OSS underlying action? Okay, Director Rusha does.
And I did.
Okay, Director Geisinger. Chair Harwick, let's try to go forward before we take another break.
Chair O'Keefe,
Yep.
just a reminder that once you hit 9:30, you'll hit the 4-hour mark. So that's not necessarily a card implication by itself. It's also, you got to decide at that point, once you basically get through this item, how much longer you want to go.
Well, I kind of want to start it because I know once we start it, we keep going. Director Guzman? Okay, all right. So the next action is, sorry, give me 2 seconds, is the deficit reduction concepts and alignment from OSS. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I will ask for a motion and a second, and then ask Director Harwick to speak to it.
I'll move it.
Second.
Okay, and Guchenritter, mover and seconder. We'll turn to Director Harwick, and then we'll go to GMC Johnson if she has any other comments.
I am mostly gonna, I'm not gonna read most of it. The just thing that we really kind of went through a lot of negotiation on at OSS was modifying service hours in alignment with geographic considerations and utilization modeling, 15% reduction, 17.5% reduction, and 20%. All of them are modifications of service. That was really what we spoke a lot about the other night. So I think that's probably the thing that's going to be most contentious tonight. Everything else is there to read. So I'm going to leave that be and speak. Let everybody else speak.
Okay. GMC Johnson, is there anything you want to add to this?
That's okay. Thanks. That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. So Director Rusha. Yep.
Thank you, sir. Okay to make the motion to
Yeah.
amend? Okay, thanks. So I have a motion to amend. It is also in your inboxes. Mr. Kroll sent it at 3:13 p.m. So I move to amend the item to clarify that the service modification models exclude modifications to accessoride and access on demand, and that RTD continue the practice of preserving the accessorized service areas for current customers in the event of a reduction or elimination of fixed route bus service.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the Russia amendment? Director Bouquet?
Just question regarding to staff, how that would be an impact with the models.
And GMCO Johnson?
So it's contingent upon what routes we identify, recognizing that paratransit services, at least the ADA complementary, pursuant to the ADA and the FTA guidance, isn't applicable for commuter services. So we would identify services and go from there relative to what has been put forward. Access on demand, quite naturally, with your previous action that took place in the fall of 2025, basically enabled the entire geographic service area for the district to be open to access on demand. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this? Director Guzman?
As part of the conversation that happened in OSS, and I just want to highlight this for the previous item as well, we need to do our work and we need to expect staff to do their work with compliance of the law. I think we should not be considering or talking about going around or getting around or going under or going over or finding any way to bypass Title VI regulations. We have a strict policy on it. It is our board-approved policy, and we need to abide by it, and we need staff to abide by it, because if they do not, we will end up in trouble. And I don't want to be in violation of that. We already worked really hard to pass that. It's not going to change. We just need to wrestle with that reality and move on with it. I'm going to leave that there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? This is on the Russia amendment. Secretary Nicholson, then Director Larson.
I'm not normally on the same side as Director Rusha and Director Guzman, but I think precedent's important, and we made a commitment to these folks, and I don't want to undo that in the process of trying to do the right thing for our budget. So, yes.
Director Geisinger, you might have been first. I'm sorry that I missed you. GMCO Johnson, do you have something on that?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a statement so everybody's aware. We will be modeling, as we indicated, but recognizing the costs that are associated with access on demand and things of the like. Just want to recognize whatever modeling we do, it probably will cause us to be in a position where we're making more significant reductions in reference to service hours to fixed route services. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Geisinger, then Director Arcuri, or then Director Larson, then Director Arcuri.
This just seems to me to be, as I was saying earlier, too early. We don't know what the service changes are being modeled. You know, I think we can certainly look at the options when we're modeling, but it seems like it's too early just to say this should be totally excluded.
Thank you. Director Larson, then Director Arcuri.
Yeah, I think we're talking both here in this amendment about the accessoride, where we do have to meet various requirements, and I don't think we should be modeling anything that wouldn't ensure that we're meeting federal requirements. But it also includes access on demand, where it's as everyone says, a premium service, and I think that if in the process of modeling, that's something that we want to consider reducing. I think we should not exclude that from what staff can look into. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Arcuri.
Thank you. Many people who use Access-a-Ride, and I'm not so sure about access on demand, but for people who do use Access-a-Ride, they often build their lives around its availability. They live to where they can use it so that they can get to work, various places to live their lives. And I would be very much opposed to having their quality of life diminished because service hours or routes were reduced or eliminated. And so I am definitely in support of the concept here that Director Rusha has put forth. We need to protect them.
Director Busick.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't find that amendment in my emails. So just for clarification, Director Rusha, are you requesting that when staff does modeling on service reductions, that they eliminate access on demand and accessoride from the whole equation. Is that right?
Director Risha?
Yes, another way of saying it is just, this essentially says that our current policy stays unless the board directs otherwise. And we're not directing staff to waive our current policy. So yes, it does in effect protect paratransit as is.
Thank you.
And just a follow-up comment, if I may. I guess
Go ahead.
I guess I'd like to see both. I'd like to see what does it look like if we include access on demand into the modeling, and what would it look like out? Because as GM CEO Johnson said, or inferred at least, that if we take access on demand out, it's going to be more significant cuts to fixed route service. So I'd like to see both ways, but if you're asking not to include them, I'm probably going to have to vote no. I apologize. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Busick. Director Gitchener?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'll be a no vote for the same reason that Director Geisinger said. Just, I think it's too early.
Okay. Director Risha? Okay, yep.
Thank you. So as GM CEO Johnson mentioned, they will have numbers. So that's not preventing us from getting the numbers of what it costs to keep the service. All this does is say we're not changing our policy. We're not directing staff to change policy. So no information will be held back. What we're doing is saying to staff, don't do your modeling, your cost savings modeling on paratransit reductions, right? The board can always come back in July, and make adjustments to our policy. So it's the inverse of what Director Geisinger is saying. What I'm saying is that it's too early to change our policy. We need more information. So we're keeping it status quo for the next month. Thanks.
Oh, okay.
What I'm saying is it's too early to make a decision till we have the information.
Okay. I'm going to, Director Chandler, and then I'll go to Director Nicholson.
Yes, thank you. I am a huge paratransit advocate. However, I do think that this is the wrong approach. So I will be a no vote as well. I just think that to Director Geisinger's point, it's too early. It should be included. We need more information. And by segmenting this out, I don't think that that's fair, nor do I think that that's actually easy for the staff to do. So I would actually ask for a no vote, just because I think it is too early, that it should be included.
Okay. Director Nicholson, then I think we're going to wrap it up.
So we had, we being the board, even before I came on, had 14 meetings in the process of changing AOD. 14 meetings to make that decision. I have gotten God knows how many emails and heard from God knows how many people in the community about the impact that change had on them, and I supported it. In fact, I supported a more aggressive version of it. I think once you do that, I don't want to leave the disability community in a position where they're saying to themselves, oh God, what's next? And if I were in their shoes and I heard this conversation, I would be saying, well, we just got, taken in the teeth. How soon is that going to happen again? And I think we do have a commitment to say to them, we just did that to you before all of this went on, so we're going to hold off. And maybe we'll have a conversation with you next year or the year after. We will work through a process, but it's not going to be staff comes to us and says, now you have to make another cut to AOD. You have to make another cut to access to AAR. Predictability is a good thing, and folks should be able to count on us, and they should be able to understand what we do. And so I think we should be responsible for doing this and not have it be part of this larger conversation where suddenly it pops out and then we've got the disability community in here being like, why didn't you involve us in the conversation? That's what I'm worried about. So that's why I support Director Rusha's amendment. And if it fails and we do include some additional cuts, and then we get the outreach that we got last time because we didn't reach out to them first, that's what we've brought on ourselves. So, we'll live with it either way.
I'm going to move us to a vote on this amendment. I'm going to be a yes. I know it's a complicated it's complicated to extract stuff out, but we've talked about the underrun this year, and spending at least some of that is based on AOD impacts. And we're still sorting through what is causing that, but we don't know. And I am nervous. I never thought I'd say I agree with Nicholson agreeing with Russia. That's something you don't hear very often. But I am a yes vote. So we go to a vote. Director Curie?
Yes.
Director Banker?
Yes.
Director Bouquet?
No.
Director Busick?
Yes.
Director Chandler?
No.
Director Geisinger?
No.
Director Gutierrez?
No.
Director Guzman?
Yes.
Director Harwick?
Yep.
Director Larson?
No.
Director Nicholson?
Yes.
Director Pagliari?
Yes.
Oh, you're back. Oh, okay.
Sorry about
I'm
that.
sorry, you're a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Director Ruscia?
Yes.
Director Whitmore?
Yes.
And I am a yes. So that is 10 yeses and 5 noes. The motion passes. We are back to the underlying question. Any other discussion? Director Geisinger has an amendment, I believe.
Yeah, my amendment, excuse me, I'll do it here. The recommendation is to model 15%, 17.5%, and 20% service cuts. It seems to me like asking the question that way presupposes the answer. And it seems like, I know that that Director Banker mentioned that some people don't want to have any service cuts, some people want to, limit it to 5%. I would make a motion to ask staff to look at 5%, 10%, and 20%. And that's not saying that I'm committed to anywhere. It's just saying we need information to make a broader decision.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Banker. This is a very straightforward amendment, so I'm hoping we have very little conversation on it. Go ahead, Secretary Nicholson.
So I would just say, I think, we had in the original packet, and maybe Ms. Mackey can remind me because I don't have it in front of me, we had the options of, I think, 5, 10, 15, and 20, if I remember correctly. And OSS eliminated 5, 10, because of a meaningful concern around not complying with the fiscal policy. And the reason that 17.5 is in there was essentially the idea was 15 was almost enough to comply, but it wasn't quite there. And 20 was meaningfully over what was potentially necessary. So 17.5 was hopefully going to get us just enough. I think it's perfectly reasonable from where I sit to include at least one other number, and maybe that's 0 and maybe that's 5 and whatever. But OSS heard this item and identified specific targets in order to address the question as we saw fit. That vote was, I want to say, unanimous. I think it would be going a little far to throw that out and substitute it for a completely different set of targets. And what I would suggest is probably Director Geisinger should come up with a number that she would like the agency to study in addition to what OSS has already identified, and then we can go based on that. And maybe a question for Ms. Mackey is, could you handle 4 if we asked for 4?
GMCO Johnson.
Just point of clarification, I recognize that we're collective as a team, but it would be the service planning staff that would be modeling this. So it's a collective effort. I just want to ensure that you guys are aware that they're working on a service change, working on the high volume events, and now working on the modeling. So just want to manage expectations. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Director Chandler on screen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Director Nicholson's point, that is why we have a committee that heard this. That's why OSS met. That's why we hashed this out in OSS. I mean, why else have a committee if the committee then makes a decision and brings that forward? I mean, I have no qualms if, Director Geisinger wants to make an amendment, but to overshoot exactly what the committee worked on, what the committee did, what we talked about, it speaks to the fact that, does the committee even have a reason to bring something forward if it's just going to be completely thrown out at the board meeting? I mean, that's why the other directors need to come to these meetings and have your voice heard there. So I mean, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying it's kind of frustrating when we work really hard to make an amendment to have bring a proposal forward, only to be completely shot down because, somebody doesn't like something here at the big board meeting when that could have been discussed at the committee meeting. So, Director Geisinger, if you want to bring that forward, I agree, that's fine. But I'm voicing a frustration because I feel like sometimes we do a lot of committee work and it just doesn't go anywhere. So anyway, I'm sorry to be complaining.
Thank you, Director Chandler. Director Arcuri?
Thank you. And while I do sympathize with your general approach, Director Chandler, the numbers that Operations and Safety Committee was working off of were different than the set of numbers that Finance and Planning Committee was working off of. We can all approach a budget a different way. And in Finance and Planning, we were also anticipating more positive hopes for increased revenues. And Operations and Safety Committee was not looking at those potential estimates like we were. And so I think it is fair game and actually very wise of us to also look at potential service cuts of 5 and 10% to get a full picture of what's available to us, especially for those of us who cannot tolerate a 15-20% cut. I represent Southwest Jefferson County, and because we're sort of outlying, I think the cuts or reductions that would come to my area would actually be much greater than 15 or 20% on average, just because of where we are. And so I'm very, very concerned about going that high. I'm also very concerned about how many more people will be laid off if we do service cuts that high, especially knowing that there are revenue opportunities. Granted, we don't know exactly how much money those will bring in, but there are revenue generating opportunities. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Bouquet?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a couple points quick. We agreed that I think 3 models is appropriate. We don't want to overload our staff when it comes down to that. Second, I want to just address the claim Director Arcuri said that the committees were presented with 2 different numbers. Is that what I heard, Director Arcuri? Okay. Third, I just want to rationalize this. I know we're talking about the amendment right now. To the main motion itself, these are models getting presented to us. It is not saying, hey, we're going to go forward with these service cuts themselves or these service changes themselves. It's the models. And again, I'm just going to make this statement when it comes to it. I said it during OSS. I think it's a bigger communication for those who are outside of this room and a bigger conversation us going forward, specifically with a ballot measure and how this agency is funded, that we're having these conversations. This isn't just a conversation of, oh, RTD mismanaged its money. It's coming down to, is RTD in a healthy funding spot compared to other transit agencies? So I just wanted to throw out that caveat. I know it's a little bit about the main motion, but thank you for giving me the floor.
Okay, anything new, Director Ruscia?
Thanks. Director Arcuri is correct. We are looking at this from different angles. I think it's actually worse for staff, the public, and to each other, because we're colleagues, to have 1 foot on the brake and 1 foot on the pedal. So I recognize it's a little bit more work. It's a few more rows in an Excel file. I trust staff can come back with the math. If we took 5 months to not make a decision, we're going to have an even tougher time making a decision in the next 30 to 90 days if we don't have information we're asking for. So I will be a yes on this amendment. And if we even think that there are directors here who, cannot vote for a budget package that includes 15% cuts, that's going to make for a much longer meeting next month, or in the fall. So I hear folks, but I voted for a package that had some things I disagreed with on a premise. This is for information seeking, so we can do what we came here to do. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to a vote. Do you have any? Okay.
So it sounds like this motion would completely substitute out what OSS proposed and replace it with, I forget what the numbers were, 5, 10, 15? 5, 10, and 20. Okay, so this would throw out the OSS numbers and replace it with Director Geisinger's numbers. And that's what we'd be going with. Okay, just understanding that.
Director Geisinger.
Her microphone is not on. We can't hear her.
Sorry. There are a lot of people on the board that aren't ready to vote for 15%, and then we maybe vote it down if we won't look at it. So,
May I, Mr. Chair, make a friendly
Director
amendment?
Banker,
Oh, sorry.
she was referenced.
I'd also like to add, we had this discussion at Finance Committee too, okay? So if anybody wanted to listen to what our thoughts were, we count at least 6 of our board members that were not interested in either no cuts at all or small efficiency cuts. And so we did get different information. We are approaching it differently. And quite frankly, if we don't have information on what a 5% cut is, you know, I think the July meeting is going to be even harder than tonight's meeting. I guess I would just ask that we go ahead, ask for the 5%. And here's what else I'd like to know. When staff comes back to us with this information, I want to see details. Because back in March, we were told a 20% cut was going to eliminate 15 routes completely. And I won't even go into how many other routes are going to be eliminated or, excuse me, reduced. So I want to know what routes are going to be eliminated. I want the details. Thanks.
Director Nicholson?
So I will offer a friendly amendment. I think splitting the baby is not necessarily a bad idea in this circumstance. I think 5, 10, 17.5, which was the middle number out of OSS, and 20 is a nice balance. And I mean, I guess my only, so yeah, I think that gives us a range of options that accommodates, I think, some of the concerns for a smaller set of options, but still preserves numbers which are going to comply with the fiscal policy, which
So
finance
just
plan is.
the motion, you're doing a motion right now. So the motion
Yeah.
is to add 5%. Do we have a second?
No. Her measure was
Okay.
5, 10, and 20, and mine adds 17.5.
Second.
What?
So do we have a friendly amendment or a motion to
That
amend
is
the
the, sorry,
amendment?
that is the friendly amendment, is to add 17.5 to Lynn's motion, so that we have 2 of the numbers out of OSS and 2 of the numbers that you have proposed.
Director Chandler was the second on that. Okay, so now it's the Nicholson amendment to the underlying Geisinger amendment.
It's okay.
If
It has
it's
to
a
be
friendly
accepted.
amendment, if it's accepted.
If it's accepted.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's been
All right, so
accepted.
back to
So
the Geisinger. Got
the
it.
motion is to model 5, 10, 17 and a half, and 20. Yep. Okay.
All right. All right, folks, let's go to a vote on this.
I would like to speak to that amendment if I could.
Yeah, go ahead, Director Chandler.
Thank you. I appreciate that amendment because part of the reason we came up to the odd number of 17.5% was to be right in line with the fiscal policy. We had to have a certain amount of money that was in the reserves. And we figured that was splitting that. I mean, and Director Bouquet and I had this back and forth. Are you sure you meant 17.5? Yes, I meant 17.5. It was because it meant it really zoned in onto trying to keep our fiscal policy intact. So that's why I appreciate the amendment. And I don't mind modeling the lower numbers if that's going to satisfy people. If we can make smaller cuts, I'm for smaller cuts. So I appreciate this amendment. So thank you.
I just want to note that all this is, I know you all know this, but this is all forecast, and this is like attributing precision to the weather forecast. The 17.5% will not be the precise number that keeps us at our fiscal policy cash reserves. It will be something different than that because world will intercede labor. It is work that somebody has to do. So we have the Geisinger amendment, with a friendly amendment from Nicholson, I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote on this. This is to add one additional 17, you're adding 17 and a half into year 2, 10, and 5, correct?
5,
amendment-
10, 20.
5, 10, 20.
No, 5, yeah.
Yeah,
My amendment was already accepted as a friendly.
got it. Okay,
And it is a substitute to 5, 10, 17, and a half to 20.
okay. All right. Let's go, Director Akiri,
Therefore.
Yes.
Director Benker,
Yes.
Director Bouquet,
No.
Director Busick,
No.
Director Chandler,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
Yes.
Director Guchenritter,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
I'm gonna be a no.
okay. Director Harwick,
Also no.
Director Larson,
Yes, although I wish we could have kept it to 3.
Director Nicholson,
Yes.
Director Palieri,
Yes.
Director Rusha,
Yes.
Director Whitmore,
Yes.
and I am a yes. So that is 11 yeses, 4 noes. We are now to the underlying question. Does anyone have an amendment? Okay, seeing none, we are moving to the underlying question to move this forward, or to accept it. Guess we'll call it the Harwick OSS. As amended, this is the motion, underlying motion as amended. Director Akiri,
Yes.
Director Benker,
Yes.
Director Bouquet,
No, I don't like it as amended.
Director Busick,
No.
Director Chandler,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
Yes.
Director Guchenritter,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
No, not as amended.
okay, Director Harwick,
No.
no on his own motion. Director Larson,
Yes.
Director Nicholson,
Yes.
Director Palieri,
Yes.
Director Rusha,
Yes.
Director Whitmore,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. That is 11 to 4. Motion passes. We are now at a point where we have to have a cart break. What I would like to do is, well, let me just talk through an option. I would like to propose dealing with the reports by email and doing the meeting minute approvals tonight. And what else do we have left, Jack? You're gonna have to scroll down. Oh, yeah, we gotta come back and do service changes.
Item G, yeah.
Yeah, okay, got it, sorry.
Excuse me, yeah, item,
It's H.
H.
Item H. Okay, so we're gonna come back anyway. We're gonna take 10 minutes. The first thing that we'll have to do is approve the ability to come back in to session, right, Jack? Do we have to do that before we break?
leave,
Okay.
so we know what we got left.
Okay, Director Guzman?
Mr. Chair, given what you just stated, I would move to extend our meeting after the break to attend to item H, which are the June 2026 service change. Anything else remaining on the agenda at that point needs to be communicated by email out to the board.
Director Guz,
We need the minutes.
the
Oh,
minutes.
No,
too.
we're gonna do the minutes real quick.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Item H needs to be done tonight, so let's make sure we prioritize that. Then approve the minutes, and anything beyond that can be communicated via email to the board.
Yes, sir.
I'll second that.
Second, anybody opposed? Okay, we're going to recess till 9:57. Yes, I just said that time. We are back in session with the two items that can be considered in the extension of our time. The first is the June 26, 2026 service change. GM CEO Johnson, can you give us just a brief overview of this? It should be a relatively simple item.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In reference to the item coming back before you, there was a typographical error in the documents relative to the service delivery hours being 15-minute headways. It was always correct in what we implemented, basically going back to pre-COVID times for the G line, and just for the sake of the record, wanted to ensure that it was modified, i.e. instead of saying that there's 15-minute headways until 9 p.m. Monday through Friday, it's actually until 6:30 p.m.
And thank you, GM CEO
Thank you.
Johnson. And the reason why this is not on the consent agenda, I was reminded, is because we brought it straight to the board to make the correction, and therefore it couldn't be on the consent agenda. Is there, I need a motion.
So moved.
Bouquet?
Second, Guzman.
Guzman, second. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, is anybody opposed? Seeing none, it passes, and we have a quorum. They're right around over there. So we are on to the approval of minutes, which I gotta find because I took it out of order. Sorry, bear with me. I
Director
can just read
Chandler.
them. I'll just read them. Okay, so in a second, I'll ask for a motion for the approval of board meeting minutes and on committee reports, minutes for May 27, minutes, I don't have
Mr.
what
Chair.
those are. Yes, sir.
Director Chandler.
Director Chandler, yes, please go ahead.
I do have a couple of corrections on the minutes. There's a couple of typographical errors.
Okay, thank you. And those are,
Um,
when we get the motion, then you can.
Okay.
So move.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to find my list of what these are for. Second by Guchenritter. I need my list of minutes.
And if there are
Mr. Kroll, will you please read for me what those dates are tied to as far as meetings and board meetings and committee? I can't find my
Yes,
list.
yes. So minutes of May 27th, board meeting, minutes of May 27th, board meeting, minutes of June 1st, special board meeting, minutes of June 2nd. No. Minutes of June 1st is the performance committee meeting. Minutes of June 2nd is the special board meeting. Minutes of June 9th is the finance and planning committee meeting. Minutes of June 10th is the operations and safety and security committee meeting. Minutes of June 11th is the audit committee, and minutes of June 18th is the executive committee.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I have a motion and a second, please? Bouquet and Guchenritter is the second. Director Chandler, please note the corrections.
Yes, I believe it's the study session, May 27. In the minutes, it has AM instead of PM. I wasn't there at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Fair enough. Is that it?
Yeah, I think, and it's, I think there's at least once or twice where AM and PM are switched. That's all.
Okay, we'll ask staff to go back and correct that. Is there any other discussion on the minutes? Seeing none. Anybody opposed to the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, those minutes are all improved in block, and we are out of items on the board extension. I would ask that the committee chairs circulate via Mr. Kroll their reports if possible. I'm sorry to make you do that by email, but I appreciate the accommodation for me. Our next meeting is when, Jack? I'm totally out of page.
The next meeting would be in July. I don't have the date off the top of my head. 28th. Thank you, GM and CEO Johnson. July 28th, Tuesday, July 28th.
Okay, the fun will continue. We are therefore adjourned at 10 o'clock.